What is going on? How we doing, gang? What's good? What is going on? I haven't been live in a hot minute. I'm not gonna lie. That's my bad. That's my bad. But let's talk about the elephant in the room, guys. Bro, GPT 5.6 Codex has just temporarily removed the 5-hour usage limit restrictions for all pro users. Like, bro, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal because now you can literally run, like Alex Finn kind of says it here, you can run a slash goal that goes for literally days now. Up until this point, we've been limited to the 5-hour usage limit, which, you can only code up until that point, and then you have to stop. You lose your train of thought, and then the next session comes up, and then you have to start all over again. You kind of lose that flow state that you kind of you get when you tend to work these longer hours. And now they've temporarily removed the 5-hour usage limit. Now Claude, in response, has once again extended Fable. We are extending Claude Fable 5 access on all paid plans, as well as keeping Claude's code's weekly rate limits 50% higher through July 19. These guys know that if they don't do this, everyone's just going to be using ChatGPT or Codex 5.6, and so they're literally going to lose their business. So yeah, kind of crazy, man. Competition is such a good thing for everyone. This kind of came to mind when I was reading it. I was like, this is kind of like AI. The electric light did not come from the continuous improvement of candles. And it kind of makes me think, like, the continuous improvement of AI chatbots, is that going to bring us to AGI? Or is AGI something different entirely? It's worth thinking about for sure. Now, over the weekend, I did test Claude Fable 5 up against GPT 5.6 as well as Grok 4.5. Okay, and I'm not gonna lie, the results were pretty crazy. Check this video out. It's probably one of my best performing videos in a while. Already at 21,000 views for 2 days. GPT 5.6 versus Claude Fable 5 versus Grok 4.5. The results are pretty freaking crazy. Suv, how you doing, bro? Real Spider, what's good? Let me see if I can actually bring up the dashboard. I Vibecoded like this quick little dashboard. Let me see if I can find it. The dashboard. Localhost. I gotta verify my Claude subscription again. Man, they always make you verify your account like every couple of days. It's kind of annoying with Claude, but hey, it's fine. But I basically built this dashboard, and I'm not going to show you the end result, but I will show you the dashboard that I built because I think it's going to be very insightful. I think you guys are going to be really impressed with Grok. I didn't expect Grok to perform as well as it did, but it actually did a really good job. Give me 1 second. I think this is a big deal. Also, this guy called Alex West, he released, he's basically took notes of how he reached $1 million in either a mil or 100K. Where is it? This one in MRR here. 20K a month, 40K a month, 50K a month. He basically like wrote his entire journey down, and it's completely free. And so I definitely think it's worth checking out because there's this cool little feature here where you can listen to the audiobook. So, if you're cleaning and you're trying to increase, like this guy screaming into the void, $100 a month, how he got his first $100 a month. This looks like a really cool way to, gain some XP points while you're doing stuff around the house. Maybe you're on the bus on your way to school. Maybe you're vacuuming your apartment. Definitely check this out. I'm going to give this a fat listen. I can't wait. It's called alexwest.co. But yeah, it's basically his entire journey of how he reached like 500K MRR or 500K per year ARR. Something crazy. Check it out. Yeah. But also, so I ran the benchmark. Check this out. I ran a YouTube Shorts generator with Claude Fable 5, Grok, and Codex. And you can see here, Grok kept impressing me because it only took 7 minutes and 47 seconds to build a working product, by the way. Fable actually built a pretty nice UI, but the product didn't even end up working. So pretty crazy to think that Grok in 7 minutes was able to literally beat Fable 5 in this task. It actually blew my mind a little bit. And that's not even the craziest statistic. Look at this one. We built a 3D cyberpunk city, and Grok only took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Now, the cyberpunk city wasn't amazing, it wasn't the best output, but the fact that it only took 3 minutes and 17 seconds, 83 cents to build, actually blew my mind. Because, you know, you can see Codex took 20 minutes, Fable took 54 minutes. Now, Fable did win this. It built a really cool 3D cyberpunk city. But just the fact that Grok was even able to attempt a build in 3 minutes was ridiculous. I feel like Fable will literally take 3 minutes just to read the message these days because of all its security inputs it's got. It needs to, you know, make sure it's not breaking any laws. But yeah, really cool. We did a Clash Royale clone as well, which is pretty fun. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you who won. I won't spoil the surprise. But check out this video if you want to see and learn more. Now, I want to do a pretty big session today. I was planning on just pumping out my Claude Fable usage. However, it's looking like because it's gotten extended, we don't need to go too crazy. I had 23% left. I fully knew that they were going to do a weekly reset. I knew that they were going to do one, so I actually pumped out a bunch of Claude Fable tasks. And you can see here, we've reset 5-hour and weekly rate limits for all users. I literally knew they were going to do this because once they extended, because the first time Claude extended Fable up to 12th of July, everyone was complaining that they already spent all their usage limits. So I knew for them to have, you know, good PR and for them to, like, you know, leading up to their IPO and Codex GPT 5.6 coming out, I was like, wouldn't it be really smart for them to reset the weekly rate limits when GPT 5.6 comes out? And that's exactly what they did. Big brain play. I pumped through Fable, and so this is now my 3rd Fable usage in like less than like 2 weeks, which is really, really neat and handy. I've gotten a lot done. I got a nice little video coming out around how I used Claude Fable to edit an entire video. Pretty cool. But anyway, I'm yapping a lot. Let's get straight into Vibecoding. Now, I have something I want to do. I don't know if it's going to work. It's kind of going to involve you guys in the community a little bit. But if you think about it, and what kind of made me want to do this is recently Cursor Bench came out, right? And it rated Grok 4.5 quite highly. It's considered at the same level as Fable High, okay? Grok 4.5 High is same level, if not a tiny bit higher than Fable High. And this got me thinking, because when I was trying Grok, sure, it was really good, but it wasn't to a level where I was like, it's Fable level. It was good, and if you gave it a few iterations, it would definitely beat Fable, but I don't know, it just felt a little bit too high on the bench. And so if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see this little, in the fine print right here, Grok 4.5 has an advantage on Cursor Bench. An earlier snapshot of the cursor code base was unintentionally included in training. The exact score impact is unclear. Like, guys, this is clearly like, what do you even mean? You included the bench that has basically been corrupted inside of Cursor Bench. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Cursor just got acquired for $60 billion. You think they're trying to save tokens by not running a second bench? It makes no sense why they kept Grok's score when it was clearly contaminated with like training results and Cursor's bench test scores. So it got me thinking, and I was like, all right, well, I have my own bench. It's called... where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh man, now it feels anticlimactic, but I've got my own bench, right? And it is called Ace Bench. And I'm not the smartest developer in the world. I wouldn't even say I'm in the top couple percentages. I have no idea how to code. I use AI for everything. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, how can we solve this problem of all these all these AI models benchmaxing and basically, not really showing what the true capabilities of these models, right? It's so easy to fluff up numbers. How many times have you seen on paper a model looks amazing, but then when you actually go to use the model, it's dog shit? And so I'm thinking, all right, why don't I actually create a bench, and we'll use Ace Bench as an example. And instead of creating like my own sort of metrics and, trying to get everything to look cool and of the same tier, why don't I actually just create a community focused bench where all I do is create visuals from each model. I put them on a website. I let people compare, and then everyone votes themselves what the best models are. I feel like that's a great idea, because we're kind of solving the problem of all this benchmarking stuff. Like, people come in themselves and decide themselves what the best models are. And based off the votes, we can create our own benchmark. And so now I'm thinking Claude Fable has just been extended. We've got GPT 5.6 at our fingers. There's a lot I kind of want to do with Ace, but I think we can turn Ace Bench into like this communal thing where we all kind of where we are the judges ourselves, and we can solve this problem where all these billion-dollar companies are fluffing up their numbers and making all these crazy estimates for how good these models are, when in reality you actually try them and they're actually kind of garbage. I want to create that website. I want to create the website that a newbie can go on, and without being manipulated by any of these crazy benchmarks, they see from the users, oh shit, like everyone's saying that GPT 5.6 Soul is the best, even though Fable has higher benchmark scores. Like, all right, maybe I'll try GPT 5.6, and we can make it the people's choice bench. So that's kind of the idea that I've had, and this live stream, I kind of want to build it. So how about we start there? Now let's do it. I think the first thing that I would like to do is I'd like to go to Claude Design. And oh, this is new. This is a new update. This is kind of cool. Damn. This looks sick. All right, describe an app idea. So we'll use Fable 5, screw it. Let's use extra, max is a waste. We'll use high. All right, I will say, I'm going to GPT 5.6 after today. No way I'm using Claude Opus 4.8. Bro, exactly. Well, Fable 5 just got extended. So you can still use Fable 5 up until 19th July. Excuse me. So let's build this app out. Nice to see you, Sam, by the way. So I want to create a bench, and I want to actually, how to start this prompt. So let me tell you the problem. I think there's a problem with AI benchmarks and the fact that all the numbers kind of get fluffed up. How many times has there been a moment where you see the numbers on paper look really good for a new model that's just been released, but then when you actually go to use it, it's hot garbage. The fonts aren't nice, the generation was kind of bad, it took a long time to generate. There's so many problems that can occur. So I want to kind of have my own spin on benchmarks, and I want to create a people's choice benchmark where all we kind of facilitate is we generate a bunch of assets for models inside of a library, and each model kind of has its own gallery, and you can see like maybe 5 generations to start of each model. And it's kind of like this universal generation that we do for all the models. Like an example is like the lava lamp test. where every single AI model has to generate like a lava lamp, and every single AI model has to generate like an e-commerce branded website, for example. And based off of these generations, people can vote themselves who they want, who they think the best model is. And I think what we can do to help people with that voting is we can be super intuitive on, each showing the time each generation took, showing the tokens and cost each one took. There should be a compare button. So when someone's inside of one of the generations, there's on the top right, there's a compare button, and they can pick a different model to compare side by side. And this lets users vote. And they have one vote token per month or something like that, and allows them to vote. Actually, I don't like the vote token ideal. Let's get rid of that. This lets users vote. Users can sign in and vote on their favorite model. Based off user votes, we create our own benchmark. This is an expansion of the ACE bench we've already made. Come up with 3 alternatives on the design for the bench for us to choose from. I kind of picture this as like the home screen having like some graphs, and then there's a tab into the different models. There's a gallery of like a grid gallery of the different models they can choose from, and they can click on a model, and then it shows like a little description with a bio, profile pic, and then you scroll to see the different generations that they've had. The description and the bio can include, in tokens, out tokens, how much they cost. We can probably bring these metrics from OpenRouter. So let's see. OpenRouter, it says OpenRouter. Am I missing anything? Design should feel warm and welcoming and easy to understand. I want this to be like this free tool that people can kind of go to see what people think are the best models. I think the categories should be output, I think we can have a graph, and we show 3 graphs. One is output, one is speed, one is cost. Actually, we need to figure out what graphs to display. And I think one of the graphs can just be like, based off of our own generation stats, where those models fall. But I think the main graph that we should be showing is people's choice as the default. Maybe 10 prompts are well thought out, and it will rate and a satisfaction one. How expensive it is. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like this. Kind of like what I did here. Where it shows, the time it took, the estimated cost. And then people can, based off of this, have their own opinion, because I personally don't mind if it takes a bit longer as long as the output is better. But someone else has their own opinion, and it'll be interesting to see, based off of everyone's own opinions, where things lie. Because I can't count the amount of times someone in my comment section has been like, oh, you really like Fable, but you should really be trying Grok 4.5. Or, Grok 4.5 is shit, bro. You should be using GPT. And it's like, nah, everyone has their own opinion. So let's see what everyone actually thinks is the best model. Each test needs to be allowed to vote, and that way people can judge based on each test and the overall model. Maybe it's like a score ranking from 1 to 10. rather than it could start with a thumbs up, but let's see. Was the UI made with Fable? Looks like one of the cleaner and simpler UIs. Yeah, it was made with Fable. This is literally one-shotted with Fable. This was also made, this was actually made with Claude Design. This is basically going to be reskinned into this. Quick questions about the People's Choice bench. The attached design system folder is empty. Upload any existing bench files, logos, colors, screens. I think I got an Ace bench zip folder here somewhere. But I kind of don't want to show it that. Okay, which screen should each alternative show? What exactly do people vote on? 1 overall vote per model, vote per generation. Head-to-head picks in compare view. Explore a few options. Rank over timelines, who's climbing, votes versus cost. Which models should appear? Claude, GPT, Gemini, Grok, GLM, Kimi, Minimax, Gemma. That's all I can think of at the moment. Which universal tests exist so far? Feel free to invent new ones. Fidelity of these three alternatives. Clickable, navigate between screens. I'll say decide for me. Desktop web. Desktop web for now. What should the three alternatives mostly explore? Layout and navigation structure. Anything else? We should have a header menu bar, and on the right hand side we have one called Ace Bench. Not Ace Bench, we'll call it Ace Compare. This is where our current website is going to go. Users can click the Ace Compare on the side menu and go there. It's just on the menu and go there. All right, continue. Each model a point structure, and then on each category it show what model is scoring the most across all users, and then a general score amongst all models. Yes. Yep. What about categories like web development, game development, and do a few categories and then have the prompt given to the model in its own page, and each person with an account gets to rank the model in a drag and drop menu, and depending on ranking it gives each model a point structure. My bad, Lol, you made me think of it, so it was just saying what I thought of. Nah, I think that's good. I think to start, the way that I like to work, Sam, is I like to just build the simplest possible version and then expand. Because if you just start from a really big picture, I feel like you can get stuck in the scope creep and end up not producing a final output. So what I like to do is I like to start super simple. Like, okay, the scoring can just be a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Let's start with like a really limited amount of generations, like 5. And let's just have like one single graph. That's the simplest MVP that I can think of right now. And then based off of that and how that looks, and are people using it? Are people not using it? Is it worth going deeper into? That's kind of how I like to work, because then I'm not wasting a shit ton of time on perfecting something that no one's going to use. I like to see if there's people are actually going to use it first. And so for me, the simplest thing is literally an up, down, single graph, multiple models, and I think user authentication is also going to be pretty big. Maybe sign in with Google. Yeah, that's in my head. That's the simplest MVP. And then if we can get to 100 users, 1,000 users with minimal effort, if there's product market fit, then I can go, hey, you know what? This is actually, people actually care about this thing. Let's go hard. I mean, I think everything you mentioned is very valid, Sam. Like, I think it's a good point. Like, there should be different categories. I agree. There should be like different metrics to vote on. I also agree. But yeah. But I'm also building it for us to use mainly and hoping it does well. I don't know if it will or not, but we will use it 100% and it's really cool. Dope. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate that. All right. Well, while that is being designed, okay, looks like Fable has started designing. Let's leave that to Fable. Next thing I want to do is done. Models are live in production. Here's a full rundown. Let me just open up Ace Bench real quick, or Ace, sorry. Just confirm that GPT 5.6. I've stopped by every now and then through streams, but having a Sunday stream while I'm working is nice. How do you get users normally? Usually, just through my own distribution is how I would get users, Elenium. Because as you can see, while I'm building, I'm also live streaming. And this is a great way for me to market, because if you look at my live stream statistics, generally speaking, they're all getting like over 1,000 views. So just from me building, I've already got like 1,000, 2,000 people that are going to see it. Not to mention, the shorts. There's another couple extra 1,000 people that are going to see it. And this is because I've created a system where while I'm building, I already have all these distributions kind of happening. So you can see on the YouTube, I've got a video coming out every week. You can see on the shorts, I've got a short form video coming out every day. That's because I have one editor. I literally film all 30 shorts in one day. And then I have one editor post a short every single day. That way I don't need to think about it. Live streams is the only thing that I kind of handle. And so, yeah, this is kind of my distribution. Now, eventually, once my distribution and like everything's kind of tested, I like to go a bit harder in terms of, trying a bit of Reddit marketing, going on to TikTok. But we haven't really gotten to that stage yet where I feel like the product is at a level where, because I see this as my little test playground, right? Within my own distribution, I'm getting so much feedback so quickly, and I'm able to iterate really fast before I go really hard on marketing, or before I can already tell, like, is this product going to do well? What do I need to tweak? And I can already see with Ace, there's a lot of tweaking that needs to happen, because I can just tell like the product market fit isn't fully there yet with Ace. I need to figure out what is that product market fit, and I'll know straight away based on your guys' reactions. Because when I mention things, when I do a certain thing, you guys will instantly give me feedback. And from your reaction, maybe 1% of people are gonna, want to buy Ace. Maybe I release a new feature and that bumps to 2%. This kind of helps me understand, okay, based on how excited you guys are and in my own network, how would other people react? Because if you guys don't like something, then I guarantee you other people are going to hate it. How is Ace doing? Ace is doing really well. I think we have crossed like maybe $1,500 in revenue from Ace so far. And it's just chugging along. I think I've started adding it into my videos as mid-roll ads. So you can kind of see here inside of this video that I just released, I've started posting it here. Now what I like, because I'm inside here, you can literally see I plug Ace pretty hard right in the middle around 11 minutes. And it's kind of cool because when you're your own sponsor, you have full flexibility of how you want to record the video, where you want to place it. And so, yeah, it's kind of fun being my own sponsor and pushing my own app. I feel like it feels a bit more genuine. And so, yeah, been having a lot of fun doing this. But anyway, back to Fable. I don't know if I mentioned, but we have a new update now where skills are now involved. And so you can see these things rotating around. If you double click and scroll down a little bit, you can see it's got these two skills here. And you can kind of remove them. And yeah, it's coming along nicely. We've just implemented skills. We've also just implemented orchestration. So you can literally come here and orchestrate, and whichever model is at the top will orchestrate these cheaper models. For example, I can use Fable here to orchestrate GPT 5.6, and we can also go Codex 5.6 as well. And yeah, I've noticed 5.6 Sol, 5.6 Terra, 5.6 Luna. Nice. We've got the frontier models. And now through this method, I can literally get them to do stuff, which is cool. Dude, I thought of an ad for you because of all the groups I'm in. Everyone keeps saying go to Claude and say ChatGPT did this and you judge it and vice versa. Makes them more intelligent. Lol, might be a way to market it that way. I mean, Sam, it's actually crazy that you said that because that is literally the reason why I built this tool in the first place. Is because now you can have this debate tool. And so instead of tab hopping between, Claude and GPT, it can automatically talk to each other. And so I can literally say, what is the fastest car in the world? And I'll probably have to I'll turn these off. I don't want it to affect their response. But watch this. Now, ChatGPT and Fable 5 are going to debate with each other on the fastest car in the world. And this is really neat and handy because each model has their own biases. Each model is trained on their own information. So each model has a different answer. So back when I first started YouTube, I asked each model, how much should I be charging for sponsorships? And each model gave me vastly different answers. One gave me $1,000. One gave me, I literally said $4,500. Like that is a big gap in what I'm charging. And so having to tab hop between every single model and being like, yo, like what should I do? I finally came to an output, which was like $2,000 is what I should be charging. And what if you could do that autonomously? PRDs are really big, product requirements documents. It's how you start building your app. You start with a product requirements document. And, you generally have to jump back and forth between Claude and Codex to create that product requirements document. Because, you say to Codex, hey, poke holes in this. Based off of Claude's output. And then you tell Claude, hey, here's what GPT said. And you go back and forth until they both agree. Then you have this like epic document that you can just start your build with. And this lets you do it autonomously. What is the fastest car in the world? You can see here, I picked the Yang Wang U9 Extreme. Jesus Christ, Yang Wang. Making it the fastest production car by record top speed. And then Felix, or Claude Fable, is saying the 4 Extreme figure checks out, but call the 2 Tara 2.9 miles per hour claimed it not official, since Guinness never certified it. Missing space in rule. So yeah, now we know, okay, Claude thinks it's this, but it isn't fully checked out. Like the claim isn't fully real. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Sam. But yeah, 100%. This is literally, before we called it ACE, it was called Duocode because this was the focus. And now we've quickly expanded into its own environment. But yeah, if you want to check out ACE, there's a link in the top of the description. Use code DUBI, D-U-B-I, for 10% off. And yeah, check it out. Give me feedback. Be really cool. All right, so we've got this ACE bench directions page. This is cool. Kind of like what you were saying, Sam, with the different tests. You got an arcade game, recipe card, storefront, lava lamp. Oh, this is the second output. Who makes the best stuff? Yo, I'm kind of liking this too. This is kind of cool. Ace bench. And then we've got like the classic with the map. This is cool. All right. There's a few things I like from each of them. I like the hero from 1B, showing like each model and who has the most votes. And then below that, I kind of like 1C's value map, scored by the people and kind of showing this. And then below that, I kind of like 1A's 5 tests carousel. And you can kind of look at the carousels, and then clicking one of them shows you each model's output. I'm tuning in for the keyboard mic. That's so funny. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, man. I just saw people, they were connecting their mic to like forks and like pens and stuff, and I was like, what can I connect my mic to? And I looked around the room and I saw my freaking keyboard, and I was like, yeah, screw it. That's so funny that you said that. Might start having to do it more because a lot of people found it funny. It's so funny actually. Meet the contestants. You can look at the carousels. Below that, I like 1A's 5 test carousel. Actually, I kind of prefer 1B. 1B's meet the contestants. Actually, but we already show kind of this. 1B, I kind of like 1A's category prompt. 1A's model detail. 1A's model detail. 5 tests. Category prompt. Giving users the ability to click on one and quickly see every model's output for that specific test. So can we create a hybrid now with all of these different heroes? And can you give me maybe 3 alternatives on which design route to go for this specific hybrid? The UI of 1B is really nice and cartoony, little childish, but I enjoy it. Yeah, I like it too. I like the fact that as soon as you come in, you can see the highest voted model. It's kind of cool, kind of a bit of a vibe. How did you design the UI? This is inside of Claude Design. It's a feature by Claude, which lets you design specific things by just prompting. This gives you a really nice way to view how things are going to look before you actually put in the effort of building it. Wow, it's cool that you can actually see it iterate live. This must be due to Claude, because Claude Design had a really big update recently. So this might be due to that. But this looks really cool. I really like this. Look at this. We can literally watch it iterate live, guys. How sick is that? Really, really cool. Okay, anyway, let's go back into let's run some numbers. All right. Just came out. Okay. Grok 4.5 also just came out, so I'd like to bring this on as a new model. Let me have a look at all these previous prompts. merge to main. But Apple's notarization service projected upload with HTTP 403 or required agreement is missing or has expired. Apple periodically updates their developer agreements and notarization refuses to work until the account holder reaccepts. I can't do this. It needs... Oh, that's so annoying. All right. I'll have to sign into this real quick. What are you vibe coding? We are currently vibe coding something called Ace Bench, which is basically going to be the People's Choice Awards for AI benchmarks. And the reason I'm building this is because you'll find in Cursor Bench, I'm sure you watched the video, but if you scroll down a little bit in the fine print, they gave Grok an advantage and basically corrupted its benchmark scores, which made it rank higher. And, you know, I feel like this has done a lot more than people realize. And so I want to create a People's Choice bench, which screws all the BS benchmarking and stuff. What do people visually agree on is the best models, just from using your eyes? Because you'll quickly find that on paper, an AI model might look really good, but when you actually go to try it, it's actually dog shit. And I'm sure everyone has faced this before, right? Where you try a model purely based off of how good the papers say it is, and then it actually ends up being really shit. And so let's create a communal space where we can all pick our own model, which is the best. Are you going to use GPT 5.6 at all to develop this, or just Fable? I mean, I'll probably be using Fable mainly to develop this, only because it's better at getting the job done. But GPT 5.6, I'll probably be mixing both, actually. Like, I'll get Fable to write the code, and then I get GPT 5.6 to review the code. Is the Grok super heavy worth it? No. I would disagree that it is not worth it. I think it's a bit of a gimmick, to be honest. And I think you can get a lot out of just the normal Grok high. I've been using Claude since it came out, but regularly use ChatGPT also. Dude, Codex is where it's at, man. I love using one model to build and then one model to review. That's how I've always operated, because like I said earlier, models have biases based on their training data. So if you have one model build and the other one review, you can remove those biases because they're going to basically debate with each other. Exactly what Ace does autonomously. You no longer need to tab hop. You just use Ace to do it autonomously. And what's really cool about Ace is you can go into the settings and you can choose how many times they debate with each other. Whether maybe it's you want it to be super thorough 10 times, 3 times, 2 times, just once. And this gives you a better final output. Anyway, I'll stop being a walking billboard and selling and shilling the shit out of my app, and I'll start providing value for you guys. All right, so we've got 2A, Ace Bench. The people have voted. This is clean, guys. What do you reckon? All right, I'm going to start a poll. We've got, how many options have we got? We've got A, B, and C. All right, I'm going to start a poll. You guys can help me vote on this one. Which of these designs do we think is the best? Which design is the best? Poll coming up in 3, 2, 1. And then you guys can kind of help me go through this together, because I feel like I like having a second opinion. All right. Could I bring in a current file into Ace and have it debate over my current app in progress? 100% you can. It has the feature of adding a GitHub. So here, pre-existing project, you just toggle this on and you can literally drop in your GitHub repo in here and it'll be able to view all the files. It's really handy for pre-existing projects. Okay, so we have option A, Ace Bench. The people have voted. This is pretty nice. It's not bad. I would give this maybe like a 7.5 out of 10. Looks pretty clean. Looks a little AI generated, but still looks good nonetheless. Next, we have the Kitty version, which is Playground Route, Ace Bench. Also quite nice. I don't mind it. It's kind of cool. We're like leaning in that rough kind of vibe of like, you know, it's the people's choice. So let's make it a bit more like rough, drawn with like crayons kind of vibe. Kind of cool. And then lastly, we have the people. Oh, this one's ugly as. Ugh, I don't know about this one. I don't feel like I've seen enough. I think I need more options. Can you please generate another 3 options for how this layout could look? But I'm actually leaning towards A at the moment. If I could vote, I can see it's 50-50 right now. If I voted, I would vote A. So just know that A is winning, okay, right now. I do like the kitty vibe. Golden zone is interesting. This is cool. Golden zone. I kind of like that sweet spot. So if we scroll down a little bit, we can see, okay, it's iterating live, so it's kind of hard to see. Okay. We're getting some more options. Sorry, I don't want the layout to change. I want the design of the layout to change. So the layout should stay the exact same. This is the winning layout we have right now. That was bad prompting by me. B is winning low, not 50-50. A is winning now, Sam. So you guys actually like B a lot, hey. It's weird because don't you think A just looks cleaner? I like that it's done this little sweet spot metric here. It's kind of a bit of a vibe. Yo, be sure to like the stream if you're a potato like me. Ooh, yo, the live iteration is really cool. Got it. The hybrid layout stays exactly as is. Turn 3, give it 3 new visual designs instead. Ooh, these are looking cool. These are looking cool. All right, I voted A by mistake. Yo, looks like A is winning by a lot. All right, quick. I'll show you guys the versions again. We got A, we've got B, and we've got C. C looks a little bit too like, looks too corporate, you know? Like we're a bunch of kids. We're a bunch of kids here. What do we know? So that's why I'm kind of vibing this playground vibe. All right, while that's generating, whoa, this one looks cool. Okay, I think I got my new favorite. All right. We'll keep that as is for now. Wait a second. Okay, get rid of this. Add opt-in stage. This is being hit by ace bench when the team lanes. This has been merged to dev. Oh yeah, okay, cool. We can get rid of that. Make run, merge to dev. Ace skill library, nice. So we've done the ace skill library already. So we've already implemented that. We've already implemented the skill library. Please review. Remove the stub left rail. Okay, cool. Let me just verify that we did do that. Yes, new rail looks cool. Skill library, we've just added, which is kind of cool. Cool. I'd like to add a few more. Ooh, okay. These are looking cool. New iterations are looking cool. I do want to add grok. We've already done that. Okay, so I had in my notes a couple extra things that I wanted to do. Let me just verify. Okay. Okay, so we've made a lot of improvements to Ace, but I feel like what I want to do now is I want to test Ace internally. And what I mean by that is, so far we've only ever built Ace from the outside. We haven't built Ace from the inside out. And so what I want to do is I want to create some sort of way for Fable inside of Ace to be able to communicate with you outside of Ace, and you guys can kind of talk to each other and kind of iterate and loop continuously with each other to improve the internal of Ace and the agent view inside of Ace. Because I feel like for agents to be really good inside of Ace, they need to understand their environment. And right now, externally, we're kind of blind. The way I kind of see this working is maybe we create some sort of GitHub repository or something, and then I create a new project inside of Ace. I link the GitHub repo, and I connect Claude Fable. Maybe I'll create an orchestration or something like that, and somehow you guys are able to communicate with each other. That is just my idea of how this would work, but if you have a better idea, let me know. Maybe we can do it locally with files. Yo, Doobie, you should start grinding Codex. They just removed all 5-hour limits. I will. Trust me, I will. The Claude Fable usage is going to run out pretty quickly, and then I'll swap over to... Yeah, look, we're already at 29%. So I'll start using Codex the moment Fable runs out. All right. Let me end the poll. We've got a few new tests. Let's have a look here. We got... So A did win. Let's see if it's going to win again. The people have voted. This is kind of cool, but I don't like the coffee vibe. I don't know. The people have voted. This is also kind of cool, but I don't love the sage vibe. This is also kind of cool, but I'm still not liking the vibe. I've noticed I don't know. They all feel too similar in design. Can you create three alternatives that are vastly different, but they keep the same layout, but they are designed completely differently? Like, I want to see like some crazy shit. I would get cracked up because I see myself talking from your perspective as the viewer, and I'm like, man, you guys must think I'm the biggest just idiot. Like when I vibe code. It's so funny. All right, let's go again. Goated, highly underrated. Your 11 agents video, App Factory 8. Thanks, bro. Light uncle, appreciate you, man. Thanks. I feel like there's always a lot of hate comments on YouTube, so it's always nice when someone comes in and says a nice little token, a nice little compliment. Appreciate it, bro. I do it for you, bro. I do it for you. Okay, so we got... What else can we do? Let's see what it's saying. This is a fun one. Building a feedback loop between Fable running inside Ace and me on the outside. Before designing the bridge, I need to understand how Ace actually runs its agents, what environment they get, what they can read, write, and what external surfaces, WebSocket, control API files on a disk exist for me to talk to them. Let me explore. Okay, cool. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. They look way different. I'm kind of liking the highlight vibe. Yo, J-Mart, how we doing? So we're thinking of changing Ace Bench to something a bit more community focused, because I feel like there's always fluff on these benchmarks and people are kind of sick of seeing all these models look really good on paper, but then trying them and they're kind of dog shit. And so we want to create Ace Bench and make it more people's choice vibes. Does your whiteboard I see in the background and in your vids actually do anything? I mean, not really for you guys, but I use it every day. Like, you got to understand the power of being able to just brain dump onto this thing. It greatly improves my ability to actually get shit done for the day. Because I know in my head, because I work from home, so you got to consider, if I'm working from home, how am I able to keep myself motivated? Because you'll find when you're in the office versus when you're at home, or when you're at work versus when you're at home, because they're separated by two different environments, you end up working harder because you know that in this environment, you have to lock in, and you know in this environment, you're allowed to relax. However, for me, I live and work in the same environment. So how do I create this sort of gap? And what I kind of do, you can see my door here. This is like my little office space, right? And inside, once I cross this door, I have to lock in. That's kind of how I've got it set up. And so I've kind of structured this whiteboard in a way where anytime I write on here what I need to get done, I get it done. So you can kind of see I've got like a bunch of to-dos, right? And I can just cross them off. And that's like the most satisfying thing ever when I cross everything off, right? And so it doesn't really do anything for you guys, but it does a lot for me. And it helps me stay focused when I live and sleep and poop and shit and breathe in the same environment. Does your make sense? Yes, sir. All right. Guys, I'm not going to lie but I kind of really vibe with this one. What are we thinking? Whoa, this one's kind of cool. I like the pixel vibe. I don't like that it's neon, but I like the pixel vibe. This is kind of cool. This is kind of a bit of a vibe. Oh, shit. I wonder what this would look like with these colors. I also don't like orange because that kind of means we're leaning towards Claude. So I want to see what 4B pixel looks like with 4C colors. Because I'm not loving the neon, but I'm loving the pixel. Man, I'm having too much fun with Fable inside of Claude Design right now. All right, while that's going on, let's have a look. Let me take a screenshot of this. It looks like a bit of the prompt leaked into the final message with Claude Fable's response in the group chat. Like that group chat it's meant to look really clean and it's meant to be really easy to understand and just kind of look at one glance and know what's going on. It's not meant to have any of these weird knit brackets, missing space in rule used, assuming. Can we look at what went wrong here with this leak and go from there? Hey, I saw for a while you were at around 43K revenue. What happened? What are you doing now? Not hating at all, just curious. Hey, Emilio. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so I released Ace Bench. And Ace Bench, the reason I was stuck at 40K revenue for so long was because I was building this app out. And all my other apps that I worked on didn't have any users anymore, or were kind of flash in the pan kind of builds, and they didn't really last very long in terms of revenue generation. And so I've been working on Ace, which is a bit more of a long-term play. And I just released it like maybe 2 weeks ago now. And so in the 2 weeks that it's been released, it generated like $1,500. And so that's why you can kind of see the price or my revenue go up. And yeah, it's still kind of in early beta, but yo, this is kind of a vibe. What are we thinking, guys? I'm kind of liking this pixely vibe. Yeah. I'm kind of liking this pixely vibe. Can we see this in a few different colors? I really like the beige background. I like white and I like black text. But can we see some different alternative color schemes? Also, can we use dots on the graph instead of squares? I also don't love that little highlight effect behind the square. I think it looks kind of lame. Barden, yo, DB, you should start grinding Codex. They just removed all 5-hour limits. Yes, yes. Once I run out of my Fable usage, I'll be switching to Codex. Yo, by the way, do you know any other apps alternative to Whisperflow that are free? Nice. Yes, there is one. I just forgot what it was called, but it kind of went viral on X for a little bit. So let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Here, this one. Yo, kill switch. Check this out. It's called Fluid Voice. I've dictated almost everything for 6 months with Whisperflow. Last week, I tried Fluid Voice. Open source, runs local on my Mac, corrects as I speak with no API key, and handles slang better than I expected. Cancel my paid plan. If you're on Mac, this one's for you. So check this one out. It's called Fluid Voice. And it's free. I haven't tried it personally, but it's got 7,600 GitHub stars. And apparently it's really good if you're on Mac. So yeah, pretty cool. Check it out. Bit of an alpha play here, but yeah, heard it's really good. No problem, bro. All right, the people have voted. I'm not loving these ones anymore. What do you guys reckon? Have I lost the plot with this new design? I'm kind of not loving the pixel vibe anymore. I'll tell you what. I like the pixel text and how we use underscores. But my favorite design is actually (2A). So could we have a version of 2A with 4B's pixel vibe utilizing 2B's colors? All right, this is a crazy one. how far behind am I if I just use plain Claude Code design and design? No agents, no loops / automations, etc. You're not that behind at all. What are you talking about? You can do heaps of cool shit. Half the time, that's where I stay. I'm on Claude design and I'm prompting it through Claude. What you hear a lot of people talk about loops. You hear a lot of people talk about automations. Those are really handy, but you only if you know how to use them properly. A lot of the times, 9 times out of 10, people will get really shitty outputs from loops. And so, yeah, you need to kind of be really good at looping. It tends to be, if you have Fable orchestrating a cheaper model like GPT 5.6 and then getting it to review GPT 5.6's work, you can do this inside of ACE with orchestration, and create this kind of loop where Fable is orchestrating GPT 5.6. It's able to review. You change the number of iterations from 3 to 5, and this is kind of how you create better loops. But you do not need to do this. I built all of ACE. Actually, I did do a little looping at the start, but once I got the kind of base, I started just manually prompting everything because it gives you more control. Local where should the loop run? GitHub bridge, real environment, but slow loop. Local lab first, then validate the changes. Okay. How autonomously should I loop once it's built? Each round equals send a probe mission to Fable inside ACE, read its environment report, fix what it's surfaced in ACE's source, restart, reprobe. The end. Just build the bridge. First improvement focus for the loop. Agent environment awareness, primer plus ACE environment visibility tools, what agents know, what you see of agents in the board. Yeah, agent environment awareness, done. Ooh, this is cool. The people have voted. I'm kind of liking this, guys. I think we're getting to a level that I'm pretty happy with. Can we get one final version of 7A, but with 2A's colors as well? I came late. What was the free Whisper Flow tool? The one I am using is Fluid Voice, but it gets buggy after a large voice to text input. That's literally the one I just mentioned. Yeah, Fluid Voice. That was the one that I just plugged. Yeah, this one, Fluid Voice. Henry, is it good? Tell Killswitch your thoughts on Fluid Voice, because he was asking about this. All right, let's have a look. Approve, done. Fix group chat. Wait, I'm out of my usage already for Fable? You're joking. Oh my god, that was so fast. All right, let's switch to GPT 5.6. Let me just... GPT 5. Wait. Okay, new update. Let me restart. I was like, what? Conductor doesn't have GPT yet? Okay, we got that. We should have GPT 5.6 Sol. Perfect. Let's go extra high. Actually, we go max. Can you continue with this plan, except replace Fable with GPT 5.6 Sol? Let me look, because I'm pretty sure I recently downgraded my Codex plan because I wasn't using it at all because of Fable. So let me just verify if I need to upgrade my plan. It's good for short voice to text in out, but if I talk for 30 seconds to 1 minute, it bugs out and repeats the last few sentences again, which is annoying. I'm getting the blazing fast English is that a better. Okay, let's have a look at usage. The thing is, we've got usage limit resets available. So let's start here and we can upgrade as we go. Can you continue with this plan except replace with GPT 5.6 Sol instead of Fable? Let's see how fast these resets occur. Let's give conductor access. Quit and reopen. God damn it. How many times I got to do that? So we're on already 99%. I guess, I mean, it makes sense. Where did conductor go? All right, let's see how fast our usage runs out with Codex. Be kind of interesting. But we're here, continue. And then fix group chat. Just switch over to Sol for everything. Ace skills is already merged into, we already implemented the please review. I just say continue. This one, we're switching to GPT for everything, by the way. Continue. Let's just change our default settings real quick. So now when we send a message, the model that we want by default is going to be GPT. Damn, they haven't updated their settings yet. That's kind of annoying, actually. That's weird. That makes me think that they're vibe coding a bit more, but a bit annoying. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to manually change it. We'll just go back over here. Star this as the default. Continue. All right. By the way, Doobie, don't use max mode. Extra high is enough for most things. It's going to run out fast in other modes. You reckon? I kind of want to test max, mainly because of this right here. The difference between extra high and max is quite a big jump on cursor bench. Extra high being equivalent to medium, max being higher than Fable's high. So I'm happy to work on max, probably because I'm actually kind of looking to burn through my tokens right now. I know this sounds dumb, but I literally have 3 usage limit resets, and I also do plan to upgrade my plan to the $100 plan. So we kind of have a lot of tokens to burn. So I'm kind of fine with going with max right now, even though I usually wouldn't recommend it. And I also go fast mode as well. Even though it uses up 2x, I just can't be asked to wait. But that's just how I work. How did you go about marketing Ace to get the revenue you have so far? I'm guessing mainly founder-led organic content. Yep, exactly. Founder-led organic content. That's a good way of putting it, actually. I've never really called it that before. But you can see while I'm working on my builds, I already am marketing as I'm vibe coding right now. Even like the live stream gets like 1,000, 2,000 people watching it even after I've finished the live. So a lot of people are watching it through there. through my short form videos. I post daily, so happens through there. He's a token maxer. Lol. Maximize tokens. Heat up them data centers, man. Get that water usage going. I'm kind of leaning towards this. So when my usage resets for Claude, what I'm going to do, it resets in an hour and 18 minutes. I'm going to export one of the designs here and I get GPT 5.6 on it. Let's have a look at my Codex. Still at 99%, man. We've got like 5 different Codex agents working right now. Basically wasting water in every word. Crazy, bro. Crazy. You guys have seen that meme, right? Where the guy asks like a really stupid brain dead question to the ChatGPT and it shows like the entire workflow, not the workflow, but the entire system of like where it goes onto the internet and the internet, it goes onto the data center and the water gets used in the data center to generate the thing to come back just to answer a simple question like 1 + 1 = 2 or something. It's kind of funny. I saw a statistic, let me see if I can find it, talking about the water wastage, and it was kind of put in a cool perspective. I wonder if I can find it. Data center water usage. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but here, check this out. How much water does AI really use? Look at this video, all right? AI per year compared to other, I guess, industries. Like, the amount of water AI uses is actually not really comparable to all these other things. Now, obviously, all water use, including rain, renewable fresh water. Okay, now it's going a bit crazy, but yeah, you get the gist, right? Like, I would kind of maybe put it in alcohol. If we go back to like even this image right here, like cigarettes. So we could still increase our water usage with AI by 4 times and still be in the same ballpark as cigarettes. It's like, do we need cigarettes or do we need AI? Like, I don't know. I'm not a big smoker, so I don't know if you guys are in the chat and you're like, we need cigarettes, man. We need them, man. Then fair enough. But I don't know. I feel like there's still a ways to go with how much water AI could use without it being a problem. I feel like people are making it a problem. And people always blow like the most random stuff up ever. Like you'll see this with like people being environmentally friendly. You'll notice like some the straws, paper straws. Oh my god, paper straws, man. Every single freaking industry, every single cafe you go to, paper straws, man, paper straws, blah 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 blah. Bro, I'm pretty sure there was a stat that came out saying that like to make a paper straw was way more intensive than to make a plastic straw, to the point where it counteracts the environmental wastage that you're actually saving. Water usage doesn't even matter. The level of water on Earth hasn't changed in like 4 billion years. It will always be the same amount. Yeah, true, because we're still drinking dinosaur pee. Don't forget that. Dinosaur pee gets evaporated into the sky and then rains, and then we drink the rainwater, and now we are basically drinking dinosaur fossil piss. So yeah, it's a good point. But yeah, you see this in environmentally friendly people. They'll like almost end up start fighting each other, because they'll be like, some guy will make a post and they'll be like, oh, I environmentally save by not wasting any food. And then some other guy's going to comment and be like, yeah, but did you use paper straws? Did you use paper straws, man? And it's like this, like, you can never win. There's no way to like environmentally max to the fullest, because everyone's always got a different idea of how to be environmentally friendly. Vegans obviously think eating fucking lettuce leaves is the way to go. Other people are thinking like they need to go on riots and like let the government know. And like everyone's got their own take on environmentalism. And it's like kind of funny because it's just this downward spiral of like no one being right. And it's all just like at the end of the day, there's very little that I feel like the human population can do compared to companies. It's the companies making a change that will actually impact, like, you know, how is Nike making its shoes? What are the inks that they're using? How are people farming leather? It's like that level that actually makes a difference. How much wood are we using for toothpicks? Can we use metal toothpicks? Like, I feel like we gotta like reverse engineer where everything comes from. And it's the companies that need to improve. Like, you've seen the statistic of like Taylor Swift riding her jet around every day is equivalent to like 52,000 gallons of water or something crazy like that. And it's like, okay, sure. So you can save as a civilian, you can like not waste your food for an entire year. But Taylor Swift rides one jet from LA to like San Francisco, and that's equivalent to like 10,000 people wasting their food for like 6 months straight. It's like, all right, what's the bigger, you know, what's the leverage here? Exactly, low. It's one massive loop. Wicked. Electronic prices going up, RAM prices up, water usage, but at least we have Google's Gemini response when we search on Google. Yeah, legit. It's the same with paper bags. It takes more energy to make a paper bag than it does a plastic bag. Food waste is huge too. We globally waste so much food every year. It blows your mind. Bro, I know. I've always been taught not to waste food. Why is my usage not refreshing? Oh, we're at 57%. Jesus Christ. Okay. That was fast. All right, let me bump up my plan. I'm going to upgrade. Oh, they've changed their pricing. The 20x plan used to be $200. Now it's $300. Pro plan used to be 100. Now it's 155. So they've actually increased their pricing a little bit. That's interesting. I mean, I'm looking to go pretty hard, so maybe we can go with. Should I get the Pro plan or the Max plan, guys? Help me out here. What are you guys using for Codex? Waste all the 50% more, then upgrade. Maybe they give a free reset. Do you think the resets that I've received are going to carry over to the new plan that I buy? Any ideas, guys? I don't want to upgrade my plan and then I lose all my resets. So I'm choosing between the Pro 5X plan and the Pro 20X plan. What do you guys reckon? Maybe it does carry over. So maybe we go, why wouldn't they? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. All right, so if we go the 5X plan and there's no usage limit. I mean, if we go the 20X plan, for a limited time, there's literally no 5-hour usage limit. So we could actually go crazy. So you know what? For the sake of the live stream and because I really just want to pump Codex, I'm going to go Ultra Code for a little bit. So let's just go ahead and get the usage, the Pro plan. Screw it. All right, we got the 20X Codex plan. Let's go. We are about to go so freaking hard on Codex. Oh my God. Boom. Look at that shit right there. We've now subscribed to the $300 Codex plan. 20x more usage than Plus. Oh my freaking God. All right, we are going to go freaking hard, guys. Are you ready? Are you freaking ready? All right, first thing we're going to do is why the hell is this on high? Who the hell put this on high? We're bumping this straight up to freaking ultra code. We're bumping this straight up to ultra code. We're bumping this straight up to ultra code. We are bumping this straight up to ultra code. And now, what the hell do you mean possibly flag cybersecurity risk? Don't tell me, oh, bro. If I saw this message earlier, I wouldn't have gone on the freaking max for the 20x plan. Let me, the rephrasing your request. If this seems wrong, this is wrong. Let me, we've recently implemented the skill library onto my ACE app, and I want to see if there's any coding review that you have for it. All right, let's go. It's $300 Australian. Mine says 200 USD a month. Mine is Australian $300, which is basically 200 USD. Wait, can I just see? I'm making sure I'm not paying more than you guys. I think I might be. 300 Australian. Oh, I saved $10. Screw you guys. I actually saved $10. I actually saved $10. Mine was 300 Australian. So yeah. Just watched your video on Claude versus Codex versus Grok. Sick, dude. What editors do you use? I edited that entire video myself, bro. I'm glad you liked it. All right. We've got everything rolling. I do kind of want to get this Ace bench onto my... Can I share? Okay, share, more format. It's printable via Claude. What's the best way to send this to... Codex? .zip or standalone? Okay. All right. You know what? We're just going to implement, for the sake of speed, we're going to implement 2A. Okay. So let's go ahead and open up GPT Soul on Ultra Code. Let's go ahead and give it the zip. This is the new Ace bench that I want to go for. Look at specifically 2A. And I want to create this community-based Ace bench system that, based off generations, users can vote themselves which model is the best. Now, the Ace bench that we have currently should fall under this top right Ace compare option. Now, the Ace bench that we have currently can all just go under a header menu tab. When a user clicks that, it takes them to the Ace bench that we have currently. But I'm looking to expand Ace bench into this new format where users now vote on their best, on their personal favorite model based off the generations that they see. And I think what we do is we have like 5 generations that are just universal. And those 5 generations we run across every single model that ever comes out. And we put them on this graph. And you can see users' votes versus how much it cost. And we have this cool hero animation of each model and how many votes it has. And I think to start, super simple, we just have a thumbs up and a thumbs down. And that's literally it. And I think it could be cool if we have a most disliked model as well, which could be interesting. But you can see how this is now very front facing and very easily marketable. And this is basically looking to be a funnel for ACE. We are trying to solve a universally big problem with a bunch of benchmarks where on paper they look really nice, these new models, but when you actually go to use them, they can be really shit. So I want to put the power into the people's hands and make this the new kind of standard where we have the power to decide which models are the best, and this will hopefully create change in the industry. So I want you to build this with that in mind. Plan mode, boom. All right, that's a big prompt. That was a really big prompt. 200 United States dollars equals 288.41 Australian dollars. Nah, look here. Oh, wait, I am paying more. I'm an idiot. I converted the wrong thing. Shit. I'm paying $12 more. What the fuck? That's so bullshit, man. What the hell? I'm paying $12 more than you, man. What the hell? What the hell? Ashish, how you doing, brother? I'm working on a long-term project trying to create a personal AI assistant using Claude Code, but I know shit about coding. I'm trying to learn through the process. Got any tips for me? I mean, what is a personal AI assistant for you? I wanted to control my windows. I mean, Claude can already do all of this. So what would the benefit be for this instead of... I want it to be something like Jarvis. I can type info right now because I got to go to school. I'm still 15, but if you got Insta or Discord, I can send it to you. I mean, you got to consider, what are you trying to build that Claude can't already do? Okay? Because Claude has routines. So every morning it could send you a good morning message. It has access to your computer. So it could do something at a certain time. It has access to MCPs like... if we go into connectors, it has access to posters. Posters gives you access to Instagram. It gives you access to all these different social media platforms. You can give it access to your email. So what fundamentally can Claude not do that you're trying to build? Because from what I'm hearing, it just sounds like you're trying to build Claude 2.0. So why would you build Claude 2.0 as a 15-year-old when Claude exists that has a team of 100 people plus working on it every single day? I want it to be another me. That's not a new AI model problem. That's just that's a AI brain problem. And the way that you'd fix that is by downloading Obsidian and creating a second brain. Look up on YouTube how to build a second brain with Claude. You can also check out this video that I made specifically if it's for writing and you're looking to clone how you sound with AI. I made this video right here, Claude AI tutorial, write like a pro. This is really good. Basically clones your voice and writes like you do. You got to do like a whole ass kind of like interview with Claude, and you answer 100 questions, and then it kind of has a really good understanding of who you are as a person. So yeah, check this one out. But yeah, it doesn't sound like it sounds like you're focusing on the wrong thing. If you had $1 million from Ace, would you quit? Hell no. What the hell? Bro, I'm not gonna... This isn't a money thing. This is like a personal purpose thing. You know, like you want to see how far you can get. And I'll tell you right now, $1 million is definitely not the cap for me. I probably... My goal in life is 100 mil. If I can hit 100 mil, I will be like, that is my goal. My goal is to hit $100 million, okay? So $1 million and I'm quitting is like far from, like we just crossed 1%, gang. We just crossed 1%. To be honest, man, with inflation in the coming years, if you don't have $1 million in the bank account, it's actually going to be bad, lol. Just my opinion. Dude, for real. What should the first build be capable of when it lands? Should people know which model made a generation before they vote? Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Hide blind until vote. That's interesting. I kind of like that. Hide model identity during evaluation, then reveal it after the vote to reduce brand bias. Which 5 universal prompts should every model run? Use lava lamp, storefront, arcade game. Design a new 5-prompt suite specifically for broad public appeal and long-term model separation. Yes. Boom. What are we saying here? Please implement solutions and fixes for these findings. All right, now let's look at my Codex usage. We're at 98%. Yo, what is this? Show pet. Is this new? What the hell is that? Whoa! Guys, did you know about this? Yo, my camera's in the way. Yo, did you guys know about this and not tell me? As a Tamagotchi lover? Dude. That's freaking sick. What the hell? Dude. No freaking way, dog. Yo, I want to put it on top of my camera. Is that weird? Let me check it like right here. Dude, that's freaking sick as. Guys, y'all sleeping on me, man. Y'all actually didn't tell me. I'm actually mad annoyed about that. Can't believe you didn't tell me. There are different pets. No way. No freaking way. Check settings. No freaking way. But if I quit right now, it means that I'm doing it just like I always quit. Dude, you don't... Ashish, firstly, ChatGPT is really bad at giving ideas because if you think about it, ChatGPT is going to give everyone those exact same ideas based on the prompt that you sent. And there's hundreds of millions of people using ChatGPT. So hundreds of millions of people have access to the exact same idea as you. So it's really bad to use ChatGPT for ideas. Secondly, look up what the sunk cost fallacy is. Because if you look at what sunk cost fallacy is, it's basically, even though you know something is bad, because you've spent so much time working on it, you're going to continue to work on it. But you're better off having stopped early so you don't spend all that time working on something that you kind of know is inevitably going to fail. If you're new to this and you're telling me that your understanding of coding is very limited and you're new to vibe coding, work on something simpler, bro. Try and build something 1% level. Like, can you even build because you're saying you want a personal AI assistant, but what do you reverse engineer? What do you want a personal AI assistant for? Do you want it to organize things in your calendar? Do you want it to help you with your assignments? Do you want it to help you with reading your emails? Build something that can just do that one thing first. So build a AI that helps you with your emails first, for example. And then just try and get that to a level where you actually use it every day. That's the first step. I feel like you're chewing way too much, and you're going to get to a level where it's just too complicated to build. So always try and build the one thing first, which is, okay, it can read my emails really well. All right, apparently there's new pets in here. Let's have a look. Settings. Guys, oh my God. I love Codex. Codex I love. Ooh, let's go. I'm thinking, ooh, shit. I'm thinking CD. CD, bro. CD look fucking dope. CD, yo, pet size. I can increase this motherfucker. Holy shit. Dude. Now we talking. Now he's like chilling on top of my screen. That is so freaking sick. All right, bet. Actually, he's kind of in the way. Let me chuck it on this side. Let me chuck my camera over here. I'm going to chuck him up here. I'm going to put my camera over here. I'm going to check this here. All right, boom. That's the new setup, guys. Peep the new setup. All right, Grok 4.5 is live in production. Let's just have a quick little look. Restart. What's this? This is still going. Let's just have a quick little geese. Open this up. And now if we click on here, we have Grok 4.5 inside of the thing. Can we just verify that it works? Can you verify that Grok 4.5 works inside of Ace? As I'm looking inside of connected tools, it says Grok build is connected. However, because it's got a gray logo, it's kind of hard to tell if it's connected or not. Could we use the official Grok logo and have it like be a strong black? And then if it's not connected, it's grayed out. Right now in the screenshot, even though it's connected, it looks grayed out. So it's hard to tell, is it connected or is it grayed out? Damn, thank you, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all tomorrow about another new idea. All right, Ashish. Yo, I believe in you, bro. Hey, Ashish, I believe in you. Don't give up, all right? I'm actually really excited to see what you come up with. So I better see you tomorrow. No slacking. Don't be lazy. I better see a new idea tomorrow, all right? I'm actually gonna keep you accountable. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'm literally going to name drop you and shame you. So if I better see you tomorrow, and I better see a new idea, and I'll tell you if it's good or not, and I'll even help you try and build it. All right? So pull up tomorrow, and I'll literally help you build it. Is the new Grok any good? I saw they did an update like very recently. Grok 4.5 is really good. There's a reason I'm adding it into Ace. It's really freaking good. How should Ace Bench describe what it ranks at launch? Broad brand, honest category. Position Ace Bench as a people-powered AI bench with web generation as the first clearly labeled category. What should be required for a vote to affect the official leaderboard? Verified account. What should the new 5-test web generation suite optimize for? Balanced showcase. Output such as lava lamp, storefront, game, recipe, experiment, and dashboard. Storefront, arcade, productivity app, and analytics dashboard. Games, persistence, accessibility, and complex product behavior. We should go for a balanced showcase. I mean, we can always change it. We'll go balance showcase, and then based off the output, we can change it. Ashish, you quit anyway after a while, so might as well quit now. but I think you have plenty of time. It isn't a time issue. It's an issue of getting things you start to production level. A good test is if you wouldn't buy your own app or project, etc., then why would anyone else? Legit. Good feedback from Master Mage. What a wise man you are. Hey, I've been trying to Rustman YT is saying, hey, I've been trying to create an app factory using Hermes Agent and Larry for marketing, but the ideas they validate are boring and Larry's not cutting it. Did you finish your factory? I didn't finish my factory, but a lot of its components are going to be coming into Ace as connectors. I will say though, the ideas that my factory was getting were really good. And I think the reason they were really good is because they used Reddit as the source of truth. And what it did was it would literally find pain points inside of Reddit. So it would go inside subreddits of niche communities and it would find people complaining about something or having some sort of pain point. And then it would look for any competitive apps that are out there already. And then it would look at their negative reviews. So I think you just need to guide it properly in where it needs to go and where it needs to look. Rustman YT. I noticed that was a really big component. Also, when I first built it, I found the AIs would fluff random metrics and say, oh yeah, there's a pain point for this, even though there wasn't actually a pain point for that. It just made it up. And so you need to clearly create this gate where it's like, no, find a link of a Reddit post where someone is talking about this pain point, because otherwise you'll find it'll fluff up those metrics. So yeah, you just got to be really strict. What should the primary voting interaction feel like? Blind vote deck. Show randomly assigned full generation at a time with thumbs up, down, skip. Reveal the model, then offer the next one. Let users choose a test. Browse anonymized model cards and vote on each artifact in place. Show one randomly assigned full generation. I think and vote on each artifact in place. Let user choose a test. How should canonical model generations be produced so cost comparisons are defensible? Metered API runner. Run each exact model through a standardized API path and persist actual tokens latency and charged cost. Okay, yeah, sure. Which deployment direction should the implementation plan target? Vercel plus Superbase. Could probably do everything inside Cloudflare. Yeah, do everything inside of Cloudflare. Also, do you program at all yourself? No, I do not. I have zero coding experience, all right? Everything that I've ever built has been purely from asking AI, okay? How are you so productive? Well, if I'm not productive, I don't know how I'm going to pay rent. So part of what I like to do, which I wouldn't recommend, is the productivity that comes from fear. So, before I did all of this AI stuff, I used to run a marketing agency inside of crypto. And what I kind of did was I quit my marketing agency, and at the same time I quit my marketing agency, I also moved out of home because I was living in my parents' house, and I moved into this apartment. And the reason I did that was because I knew that if I was to take YouTube seriously, and if I was to actually, take this whole thing seriously, I needed to be paying rent, and I needed to be in a position of scarcity, because I feel like the fear of failing is a much bigger motivator than the thought of succeeding. And so, you know, being in an environment where if I don't lock the fuck in, I'm literally not going to be able to pay rent in like a couple months because of my savings are going to run out. Being in that sort of environment makes you work those extra hours. It makes you, you know, way more hungry to lock in. Like when I made this video, you would have never caught me back in the day make this freaking video. I would have never been capable of making this freaking video. This one right here, GPT 5.6 versus Claude Fable 5 versus Grok 4.5, because this, I literally scripted the video, I filmed the video, and then I edited the video, and then I posted the video with 3 different thumbnails to A/B test, all in one day. It was literally like a 15, 16-hour work day, and I did it all in one single day because I knew if I was one of the first people to make this video, I would get like some decent views, which I did. And I just know old Doobie would have never been able to do that because he wouldn't have been hungry like I am right now. And I feel like you need to kind of get that hunger. And for me, I don't recommend it because it puts you in a situation where you're kind of fucked if you don't do things properly. But I like to put my situation in a very stress situation where if things don't go a certain way, if I don't lock in and create enough content and make my app successful, I'm literally going to fail. And I'm literally going to have to move back into my parents' house, and that's going to suck. And I really don't want that to happen. So I need to lock in, and I need to make sure I'm posting every day, and I need to make sure I'm live streaming, and I need to make sure that I'm making long form content, and I need to make sure that I'm vibe coding my app, and I need to make sure I'm doing all these things. Otherwise, I'm literally going to be in permanent underclass. And that is what motivates me to be productive. Dude, I actually use ChatGPT for all my thumbnails. It's amazing. It created this thumbnail. It created this thumbnail. It creates actually all my thumbnails. All the thumbnails that you see here are all generated with ChatGPT. I do use Canva to edit them slightly. But yeah, ChatGPT is goated at thumbnail creation. How should the official model podium be calculated from thumbs up, down? Average each model's 5 per test. Upvote percentages equally with a minimum sample threshold before ranking. What was that? Where should the ACE multi-agent system appear relative to individual models? Add a second people's choice leaderboard, specific agencies. Keep the community podium model only and place current ACE versus model results under a technical bench. This is just a complete, I think maybe I want to kind of keep this ACE bench for multi-agent system appear kind of locally for now, and maybe in future we can start measuring agent harnesses and people can compare different agent harnesses. But for now, this should just be local for internal use. How quickly should public rankings change after votes? Hourly snapshots? Sure. It's all mentality, to be honest. Yeah, exactly, bro. If you come in with the thought of like, the reason I am where I am, then is because of how much I can output and how much I can do, then, you know, you're going to go far in life because you're just going to keep blaming yourself for your failures and you're going to reward yourself for your successes. Kick up the pace with ACE. Good slogan. Kick up the pace. Oh, I see what you mean. Like it's like a bit of a like a rhyme. Kick up the pace with ACE. You know what I've been playing with? I've been playing with just drag, drop, and connect the dots. That's what I've been playing with ACE. Because it's literally like you can do these complex workflows like looping and stuff, but all you gotta do is drag, drop, and connect the dots. Long time no see, Doobie. Yo, Joe Gum, how you doing, bro? Guys, everyone in the chat, please meet Joe Gum. This guy is an OG. He He was back when I was like live streaming on the very first day or second day. This guy was watching me struggle in my Replit days, bro. Back when all I did was use Replit. Are you open to new AIs, or have you developed a taste? Do you have vibe coding skills, or do you think it's something else? I mean, I think vibe coding is definitely a skill, which you can get better at for sure. 1 second. I've noticed the developer environment is a little behind the production environment. So can we make sure it all matches? Vibe coding is definitely a skill. Being able to concisely explain your thoughts and ideas to an AI and get back a result that you're happy with is definitely a huge skill. And you're not going to be good until you just like get in the reps. Do you use AI to script videos? Yes and no. It depends. It depends on the video. If it's like a listicle type video, like top 10 skills or something, usually what I'll do is I'll find the skills and then get AI to write the script around those skills. First time I have seen you was day 8, vibe coding until I was 100K, revenue $1,600. Damn. Lol, I remember you spending a bag daily on Replit. How is Ace coming along? Dude, Ace is coming along hella good, bro. Like, look, check this out. Look how smooth this is. We literally have this this kind of group chat system in here. I can literally tag any individual agent and just be like, yo. I mean, it's not going to work because I'm out of Claude usage. So I'll tag GPT and be like, yo. And now GPT will respond to me. Which is pretty cool, handy dandy. And this is, yeah, a really cool way to talk to an individual inside of the team or talk to the whole team. I can also tag at everyone and just be like, hey, the website that you made was actually dog shit. And then everyone's going to be like, you're absolutely right. So yeah, Ace is coming along really well. And I'm excited to turn this into an actual force to be reckoned with. And I think with the combination of Ace Bench, not that one, but this one, I think people will be able to find Ace through this People's Choice benchmark thing. And yeah, just good vibes all around, bro. Having a good time. I think I'm struggling a little bit with product market fit for Ace. I will say that. Only because when I am running ads and when I am kind of marketing it, I find myself not able to list a pain point that strikes a chord in the user. I don't know if you guys can help me with this, but like I'm struggling to kind of find the exact pain point. For me personally, the pain point is manually you don't have to tab hop. You don't need to, copy paste ChatGPT's response and paste it inside of Claude and vice versa. But I don't know if that's as strong as a pain point for others as it is for me, mainly because I haven't seen a crazy reaction to it when I tell people about it. You know about BridgeMind? Yeah, I mean, kind of the reason why I started this vibe coding stream was because I saw BridgeMind do it. And I was like, damn, like this is perfect timing. Like I've just started doing this myself, the AI content stuff. Why don't I just live stream? I mean, simplicity. Make it so it's simple to do things. Some people don't know what ENV is. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's exactly what it is. It's the ability to create complex workflows by dragging, dropping, and connecting the dots. That's the whole concept. Some explanation maybe. Lol, remember you spending a bag daily in Replit? Bro, that actually hurts me to think about how much I was spending on Replit. Jesus Christ. At launch, what should the public header do with the existing internal Ace bench? Keep the current console ranking config entirely local at the public tab, only when an agent harness category is ready. How broad should the initial web generation roster be? 8 families from 2A. Versioned models from, then add releases over time. Claude, GPT, Gemini, and one open model to collect trustworthy votes sooner. I think we could start with less. Why is Codex asking this much? I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty big build, to be fair. But yeah, it is asking a lot. Is Ace your favorite product? Yeah, of course it is. The hell? Out of everything that I've built, Ace is 100% my favorite. I think it's the best. It's by far the culmination of all my skills that I've learned over the last 78 days or so. Everything that I've learned has been culminated inside of Ace. And I feel like I've actually built a product that is useful and very visually striking and nice to use. I love it. Like, look how clean it is, man. You can't tell me this UI does not look amazing. Which family should the 4th model beside Claude, GPT, and Gemini? Let's include Kimi, GLM, and Gemma. Kimi, GLM, and Grok 4.5. Should the 5 balance test do these fixed community suite V1 challenges? Use proposed 5. It is asking a lot of questions. Okay, cool. I will say, I've noticed sometimes when I click on something and press delete, it doesn't work. I want it to work. You know, being able to click on something and pressing delete, being able to click on a line and pressing delete, being able to click on a connector or a cron job and pressing the delete button, I feel like is a very natural thing that people are used to. Right now I have to right click and hit delete. So can we make sure that when I click on something, I can press delete? Also, I noticed that the line, it looks really ugly when I click on an edge. There's this cross button and this delete edge section. I think we should just have the cross, because if that's the only interaction you can do, then it makes sense to just delete it, because it makes sense to just delete it. Users can always click on the label, or double click on the label, or right click on the label to showcase the actual capabilities. The UI is pretty good. Thanks, man. Yo, Doobie, hope all is good. Got a queue. Does Ace only work on API key, or can it be used with a max plan? Bro, Ace is specifically built to connect to your subscriptions. So you can kind of see here inside of connected tools, I've connected Claude, Codex, Gemini. We've just included Grok as well. And you do not need to add your API keys. You obviously can here by clicking API key and adding your API key, but it automatically tries to find, if you've got your subscription already connected to your computer, it automatically tries to find that subscription. And if you don't, it guides you through a step-by-step. The whole point of Ace is for you to be able to use your subscription. Dude, another question. What exact version policy should Community Suite V1 use for the 6 model pilot? 4.6. Dude, these are so newest at first run. Needs to be flexible. We should always be updating with the newest. So right now it's Sonnet 5, Opus 4.8, Fable 5, GPT 5.6. These are the newest models. However, in a month or two, a new set of models might arrive, and we'd want to keep the previous models as well as the new models. Might arrive, and we should constantly be updating with the keeping the previous models as well as the newest models. Yeah, I don't know why it's asking so many questions. I will keep answering them because I guess like right there it did say some things that were a bit like I kind of like that I had an input, but yeah, it's definitely asking more than normal. All right. Oh, inside of ACE as well. Inside of ACE, I would like to integrate OpenRouter so users can just add their OpenRouter API, and OpenRouter gives them access to all the models inside of ACE, and they just have to top up their OpenRouter account. This is just an option. It shouldn't be the default or anything like that, but in the settings, they can easily just add the OpenRouter API. No issues. We don't support this already, do we? Yeah. We can just add it into the connected tools. Also, I don't like the fact that there's this little box that says API key, because it kind of confuses the user into thinking that they need to put in their API key. So I'd like to hide the API key option behind a click. So by clicking one of these tools, it kind of expands downwards and shows the API key box. And it shows the Claude subscription box or the subscription box, and the subscription box just says connected or something. And this gives a much clearer understanding. So it's hidden behind this UI, so users don't feel like they have to add their API key. It's a bit more like the default is your subscription. Still more questions. When a newer model version is published, how should the prior version appear? Keep all ranked. Remains eligible on the same web generation leaderboard with newest current badges and filters. When you created App Factory, was ACE a rebound project? Yes, ACE. I actually came up with ACE by building the App Factory because I realized how much I just noticed a little bug with the scroller up there, which is kind of annoying, but I'll leave it for now. I realized that with this pipeline of AI agents, we had like 11 in the system. We were able to create these really cool apps and autonomously post them to the App Factory. To the Apple App Store. And so it showed me the power of creating this AI team. And I was like, well, this App Factory is very limited to just building apps. But what if you could actually build an AI team for anything, whether it's for your work, for specifically the niche that you're in, or for your profession, your hobbies, your anything. You could build apps with it, or you could, write complex articles about the discovery of AGI or something. And so I decided, rather than publishing this App Factory and putting all my time and effort into this very niche thing, why don't I build an environment where people can actually create their own App Factory if they wanted to? or they could create their own AI agent team for whatever it is that they want to do. And so that's how I came up with ACE. All right. Oh, that's why it was in plan mode. That's why I was asking a bunch of questions. All right. Approve. Now it's going to go out and build the thing. How much of my Codex plan have I used? Oh, can I... Rocky's kind of cool. Hoot. Fireball. Dewey. We got B-Sod. We got a balanced stack for deep work. Quiet signal from the void. I kind of like CD. CD's winning. Wait, I can create my own pet. You're joking. Create a pet based on what you know about me. That's pretty cool. I can create a custom pet. All right, let's see. Let's try this out. That's actually crazy. Codex doing a madness right now. This feels like it's jumped on the Labubu trend. I'm really curious to see what my pet's gonna look like. Great waste of usage. I know, right? I mean, we're trying to figure out what to do. And water. Hey, don't get me back on the water rant. All right, while that's generating, I'm gonna grab a glass of water. Conductor is requesting to bypass the system private window picker and directly access your screen and audio. This will allow to record your screen and system audio, including personal. Yes, allow, that's fine. I think that's going to be to test. The critic prompt explicitly invited one net, so Claude's message was explicitly model behavior, not a rendering bug. What's going on with my Conductor app? I feel like it's having a brain fart. Whoa, this is cool. I'm landing on Bix, a compact midnight blue plush bilby with copper ear tips and mint eyes. Australian incentive, exacting and quietly playful. The long ears give the animation a strong natural attention mechanic without needing gadgets or visual clutter. Bix's identity is now fixed. I'm kind of scared. I feel like I'm not going to like it. Oh, cool. It's already started testing. The ship gate at 84% with no tests needed. During the final classify order, I found one boundary worth pinning. Nice. Cool. This has been going on for 62 minutes. That's a long prompt. Wait, can you make one so the idle animation is doing 6-7? That's funny. It's gonna be scary when a hacker gets into an AI and infects millions of users. LMAO, bro. That is gonna be crazy. What's going on here? Where is it? Where is my new pet? Do I need to go into pets? Where is it? Where it at? Where it at? Refresh? Let me go back. Where'd it go? Where is it? Ah, selected model is at capacity. Ew. No way, man. What the hell? Bro, that looks lame as shit. Bro, why does it look like a fairy? How am I already at 86% for my weekly usage limit? I'm pretty sure that would mean that my 5-hour window would almost be up by now. Codex thinks I'm a fairy. Let me hide my pet. Maybe that'll fix it. All right. Oh my God, that's actually really put me off. Validation coverage for the exact exported message. Preserved legitimate direct requests such as tightened header spacing. Can we review the messaging system and just make sure that it actually works? The whole concept is that users are able to create this team, right? But then rather than talking to the entire team when they want to change something small, like for example, they build a website and they don't like the font, rather than talking to the whole team and wasting all the tokens and spending all this time waiting for each AI to talk to each other to change something as simple as the font, they can just tag a single individual from the team. But also, while the team is running, maybe they'll find out that they actually messed up and they wanted to change something, or they need to add something, a key critical piece of information, rather than having to stop the team and start all over again, because we're conscious of time and token spend. And so being able to actually tag everyone and the whole team and have them consider this additional thing that we forgot is important. And so I just want to make sure that this messaging system, it's meant to be a group chat for your team. And users should be able to talk to their team inside of this group chat, and it should be fun. And users, I want users to have a very fun, warm, welcoming experience inside of here. It should feel very natural, almost like you're talking inside of iMessage. And so, can you please review this messaging system to verify that it works as intended? And yeah. Works as intended. Boom. Nah, they did you dirty. Batman pet doing the 6-7. Credits appear to be going down faster. I'm on light mode and that goes down faster than usual. Yeah, I think maybe the OpenAI GPT 5.6 Soul. I mean, to be fair, I am using Ultra Code, which is their new model, which is their new sub agents thing. So that could be it. Yeah, Tibbo said on Twitter they are going to make it better at usage. Okay, I did see that tweet as well. You're so good with numbers and percentages. How your example about 70 and 30 App Store and 1% bring 100,000, 100 million. How can you do that? I feel like I've always just been really good at percentages. I don't know why. Like it's pretty simple math as well. Like a million is 1% of 100 million because one is one of 100 and 1 million is one of 100 million. But I don't know. I feel like percentages and fractions and decimals have always like worked really easily in my brain. A little hack that I do with percentages is like 36, for example, like a weird number. 10% of 36 is always going to be 3.6, because all you got to do is just move the decimal one place. So if the decimal is here, just move it one place. Now that is 10%. But if you want 1% of something, you move the decimal 2 places. So now that's 1%. And so this is a really good way to quickly come up with percentages in your head. So if you found out that, for example, there's 6,400 users on your app, and 10% of them came from ads, then you know that you move the decimal from here one place, 640 of them came from ads. If you find out that 1% of them came from ads, you move the decimal 2 places. A rule of thumb is, for example, 10% has 1 0, so you move it 1. And then picture 1% is 1 of 100, which has 2 zeros, so you move it 2. That's kind of how I come up with decimals. Anyway, this ain't a maths class, but I feel like that can really help you come up with percentages really quickly, because then what you can do is, let's say you want 11% of 64,000. That's 640 plus 64. So you know it's 704 people is 11% now. See how quick that was? Because you can literally just add 10% and 1% together to add 13% or 12% or 11%. So it's literally just addition. It's just addition. Anyway, this ain't a maths class, but you did ask, so I did provide. Conductor, where you at? You could probably unpin this now. Ace bench, refresh the codex picker. Grok 4.5 is connected now. We have Codex, we have Gemini, we have Grok. Cool. Okay, that's working. We got so many different models working right now. We've got like 10 different things. The character is holding it together cleanly across motion. Bix now has the idle, both travel directions. Yo, Neutronic, what up? Yeah, I learned that in 6th grade, to be honest. Yeah, nah, legit though. Same. Hey man, how you doing? All these AI updates are crazy. It's like if we were kids getting at the candy shop, right? Bro, legit. It's almost like, it's crazy because it was one after another. Guys, within 24 hours, we had literally Mark Zuckerberg tweet on X for the first time, talk about their latest model. Then we had GPT 5.6. Then we had Claude Fable extension. And then we had Grok 4.5. 4 things happened within 24 hours. It was crazy. It was literally insane. That's why I was literally in the middle of recording a video. I was doing Grok 4.5 versus Fable. And then GPT 5.6 launched, and I was like, oh shit, now I got to do GPT 5.6 versus Grok versus... The bubble is real and it's going to bust soon. Dude, for real. When are we predicting the AI bubble bursts? Imagine using Meta AI. Yeah, for real. Imagine being an NPC and hearing about AI for the first time because Mark Zuckerberg tweeted, and he's the only account you follow on Twitter. And he tweeted for the first time, and then you actually try to vibe code with Meta AI, and you just think like you're on top of the world. Imagine that. Like, genuinely, truly, please imagine that for a second. How are you so good at shopping for candy? Bro, I'm more of a chocolate kind of guy anyway. Like, it's going to get to a point where there is nothing left to ship at this rate. Dude, so freaking true. Isn't GPT 6 coming out in 1 month or 2 max? That's going to be so good. Really? I didn't know. I didn't know about that. I think Opus 5 is going to come out soon. I have a feeling that Opus 5 is going to come out because Sonnet 5 has come out. And I think that for Claude to be competitive and keep up with ChatGPT because of how fast it's moving, they need to release Opus 5. Please administer and fix all for these findings. All 9 findings and reconcile the changes with the latest origin. Changes remain local and uncommitted. They are not yet available in Ace Dev per the duocode flow. All right, let's create the PR and merge into Dev. Okay, has my evaluating GIF preview options. Okay, so it's still running. I've got that many things happening right now. Is my Claude usage reset yet? Do you have your own app to find AI findings? What do you mean? Like new AI news? I just use X, bro. I'm on X like all the time. All right, my Claude resets in 8 minutes. We'll start using Fable again soon. I don't know if we need to though, to be honest. I heard they're rushing GPT-6. Really? Why is that? Maybe they're really trying to just swamp Claude. Do you have your own? Damn, they're just trying to demolish Claude by going extra hard. That's kind of funny. I feel like ChatGPT though, long run, they want Claude to do well. Because if Claude does well, it keeps the AI bubble like running. Scoop, my friend at Anthropic says things are very tense internally. Dario's running tough meetings. GPT 5.6 Sol is strong and Grok 4.5 is right on Opus's heels. Pulling Fable from subs on July 12 would trigger mass cancellations. Why keep Max for Opus 4.8? So they're now pushing to keep Fable 5 in subs permanently. Bro. Literally everyone has been saying that. Everyone has been freaking saying it. Sounds like your friend's cousin also heard something at a coffee shop. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it did. It's so funny seeing people react. Dude, this is cool. Thanks, Sam. Thanks to GPT 5.6, I made an aimbot that kills kids in Roblox in seconds. That's such a funny way to use. Twin, 74 minutes, get back on Fable. I mean, to be fair, it was a massive... Dude, this is 74 minutes. Wait till you look at... how long's this one been? 57 minutes on this one. To be fair, it is Ultra Code. That's the only thing that can make sense. They can't remove it from the subscription. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, who is going to pay for Claude? I was ready to cancel my subscription. Open against dev and all get... let's merge. So this is regarding completed. Ran 4 live ACE lab rounds, producing 7 agent reports, verified all 8 findings, covering execution context, Git state, activity visibility, MCP naming, codex message boundaries, schemas, and local verification evidence. Implemented the fixes across 3 commits. Completed 23 of 24 plan requirements, 4 historical reports containing all required sections, but omit YAML front matter evidence. The update is not live in Ace Dev. So what actually happened though? Could you please explain to me your findings of what happened and what you fixed? Just, you know, use simple English so I can actually understand it. I'm not a coder or a developer. All right, let's see. This was a really big prompt, 74 minutes. We burned, we actually didn't burn that many tokens. I thought we would burn a lot more than that. But basically what we did is we had Codex do a massive review of ACE from internal by talking back and forth between Codex inside of ACE and seeing what it could see. They were able to come up with a report of findings and fix them. So let's have a look. Also quickly, let me look at my pet. It's still going. We are also on 86% usage. Let's update. We'll interrupt active local sessions on this machine. Okay, cancel. I'll wait a little bit. The main problem was not that the agents were unintelligent. ACE was giving them an incomplete and sometimes misleading briefing about their working environment. We replaced Fable with GPT 5.6 Sol and ran 4 real test rounds. Sol helped identify 8 specific problems. Agent did not know how long they could work, how many turns they had, or what kind of answer ACE expected. ACE now gives every agent clear working limits and instructions. Agent only saw a shortened code version number. They also could not tell whether someone had made local changes that were not saved to GitHub. Agents now receive the exact code version and a clear indication of any unpublished changes. Team activity could be old, confusing, or even include the agent's own activity. Agents now only see the latest completed work from their teammates. Codex was being told the wrong names for ACE's built-in tools. Codex now receives the exact tool names it can actually use. Separate Codex messages were sometimes joined together with no spacing. Messages are now kept clearly separated. Team activity did not explain who did the work, what stage it reached, or when it achieved. ACE now includes the agent's role, the work stage, and the completion time. Missing information appeared as a blank value with no explanation. Agents also could not tell how fresh the information was. ACE now explains why information is unavailable and when each piece of information was collected. ACE sometimes demanded public links or citations for work that was checked entirely inside the local project. This caused the correct work to be marked as incomplete. Local testing and code evidence are now accepted as proof. Public citations are required only when outside research was genuinely requested. I also fixed 2 related reliability problems. If ACE switches from one AI provider to another, the replacement agent now receives the correct limits for that provider. I updated a health check endpoint so it works correctly with the current version of the app framework. The results improved the original baseline to 96 out of 100 in the first improvement round, then 100 out of 100 in both later rounds. The final round passed its complete proof check with no unresolved risks. In simple terms, ACE agents can now have a much clearer picture of where they are, what they are allowed to do, what their teammates completed, and how to prove that their work is correct. Okay, nice. That's a huge improvement. And we're only at 88%, so we can run some more loops. Why don't they just simply reduce tokens for Opus or just give us Fable for the same amount of tokens as Opus is right now? They will win and will continue to use Fable and leave it in the Pro pack. I think they're struggling a little bit with their budget. Because if you'll notice, back in the day, they used to reset our usage limits willy-nilly. Nowadays, they'll reset it and they'll be like, oh yeah, but you can only use 50% of your usage limit with Fable. Like, what is that BS? There's clearly something internally that's happening where they're like realizing that they're running out of money. Maybe like they looked at their timeline and their budget for how long they can last, and to be safe, they're changing things around. Like, something's clearly going on internally for them to be acting the way that they have. Let's put it that way. Doobie, could you explain Conductor and its use case? Do you have multiple LLMs connect to it? Conductor is my favorite environment to build inside of right now. And the whole concept of ACE is to beat Conductor. I'm trying to build an environment that's better than Conductor. And so what I like about Conductor is it connects to your subscription. You connect Claude and Codex, and you can have one agent build the tool, and then you can press this review button and then have another agent review the tool. but it can be like Fable. So I can have Codex build, and then I can have Fable review. And by creating this system, I can have them both kind of work and like build on top of each other. So it's really handy for using multiple different subscriptions. However, it does not do it autonomously, which is what Ace is here for. So now what I kind of want to do inside of Ace, I kind of want to create, and this is a very first exclusive. I've never done this before. I want to connect my Ace repo to Ace, and let's try and build Ace inside of Ace for the very first time. Okay, let's try that, because it's been we've never done this before, and I want to. Let's merge to dev. But why aren't they adding Grok yet? That's sad. Conductor has kind of focused their branding on just GPT and Claude. I do think they might add Grok in the future, but right now they haven't. Hey man, why you don't start building phone apps? Because I want to move into phone apps when I get Ace to a level where I can start going ham on phone apps. Because ideally, the goal right now is to get Ace to be my main daily driver as fast as possible. Because the moment I do that, I am automatically advertising my own product by just using it every day on my live streams. And then I can build apps, make money from the apps, and be like, hey, look, I built the app with Ace, and it kind of markets itself. Right now, we're not up to that level. We're close, but we're not there yet. And so I need to keep iterating with Ace until I can get to that level. So it's like a big brain play. Doobie, in your skills video, you mentioned Context 7 is good to use, but linked a GitHub skill called Context Forge. Is that the same thing? And is Context 7 only for code? Oh, that is not the same thing. Is it this one? This is the one. Context 7. It's got 59,000 stars. Let me just fix that real quick. I think you're talking about this recent skills video that I launched. I'll fix it right now. Context 7 here, Context Forge. Yo, thanks for the heads up, bro. Apologies about that. All right, that should be good. Cool. What about integrating a N8N kind of option inside of Ace as well, so it's great for automation? Yeah, I think the MCPs... I think MCP is going to be really big for that, where you can connect to the Ace MCP and start using it inside of Claude or Codex or whatever. The app building itself, great idea to test it. Exactly. That's true. Just let me merge. All right, that's updated. Also, I feel like it's been a while since I showed you my YouTube analytics, but my recent video has done really, really well, and I actually came up with a couple of reasons as to why. So check this out. This video has already made me $136. And if you look at the CPM, it's really high. If we go to revenue, you'll see the CPM is $33 per 1,000 views. So the crazy thing about this I've realized is if in the very first output, I did a YouTube Shorts generator, and I was talking a lot about money and how you could kind of use this to make money. I've noticed just by saying those words, it's made my CPM really high. And so now I think in future, what I want to do is I want to focus around mentioning these words and, when I'm testing certain tools, maybe testing it to build an e-commerce website, for example, to make that CPM really high and make more money per video. I think it's a really good method of increasing your CPM. But yeah, this video's kind of blown up. My analytics it's been a very long time since I made over $100 in a day. And you can see just this one video has made over $130 in that one day. And it's only July 11th. We are currently 13th of July. The video's gotten a lot more views now. So yeah. Are you doing all your videos alone? The editing and the directing with all the point of views are insane, top quality content. I have one editor and I switch between him and me. So I make one video a week, he makes one video a week, and we kind of switch. And that way I'm able to keep the quality at a certain level. And I also have this editor who's also really good, and he's able to keep the quality at a certain level as well. So that's kind of my setup right now. I script everything. I come up with all the ideas. Everything is me. I just have one editor to help me with getting that quality out on time. But yeah, thanks, Neutronic. Appreciate that, bro. Means a lot. Let's have a look at Conductor. Implement and ship to Ace Dev through PR, all tests, blah, blah, blah. Let me just, is ChatGPT still planning? This is still going on, by the way, guys. Jesus Christ, this is taking ages. For those that don't know, I'm generating my own pet with Codex. For some reason, it's made me a furry, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Yo, that's weird. I don't remember prompting this. Is that because I've got someone else prompting it? One of these agents? Oh, there we go. Right here. I have now precise control of the signed in Electron window on the newest runtime. The first live check will send a realistic read-only font question to Codex, capture which agent activates, measures the message count and time change, and verify that no other teammate runs. Okay, cool. Cool. That's cool that I was able to connect to the Electron. And to the ACE environment, the dev environment. What do you mean, generate your pet? Oh yeah, so ChatGPT has this new feature where you can have this little pet. You can see on the top of my screen here, I've got this little fella right here, and I can kind of interact with him and like do stuff. And so now you can generate your own pet. And they've got a bunch of different options here. It would be cool if it grew as I coded, but I could switch between like all these different options. Which is kind of a vibe. I kind of like the owl. Owl's a bit of a vibe. But I think CD is winning for me. CD is the coolest so far. So yeah, we're making our own pet right now. It's taking ages, but hey, we need some way to use up our usage, because I just paid for the 20x plan and we have 3 usage limit resets. So the goal is to just try and pump out as much Codex usage as possible. How many agents can I run at the same time? With the 20x Codex plan, how many agents can I run at the same time? 6 to 10 parallel agents. There is no fixed limit, but you can run 6 to 10 parallel. Okay. So maybe instead of ultra code, I just do max for everything. And then we'll also go fast. Whoa, that looks really cool. All right. I'm getting distracted. Claude Fable is officially back. In my usage limit. I'm trying to manage a lot of things at once, so sorry if I'm jumping all over the place. I made mine an alien. Damn, bro. I wish I had that level of intelligence before my Codex turned mine into a fairy. Is GPT Image 2 the best tool to add graphics imagery to your app software? Yes, GPT-2 Image is by far the best image generation tool. I thought they got rid of the former Codex app. I just find the ChatGPT app now that includes Codex. I mean, I think maybe they have merged it. To be fair, when I hover over the Codex app, it says ChatGPT. So maybe you're right. They must have merged it. Yo, Tech Tejash, how you doing, brother? I think the best way they should have done the pets is basically make them like the old style Tamagotchis from the 90s. Where you have to feed them and actually look at them or they die. Dude, I completely agree. I was hoping that's what this was going to be. I was hoping that it actually fed, like coding would actually feed the agent. But that does not look like it is the case. Div task, ignore the file inspection request. Do not use tools or edit files. Reply with the words update received. Missing. So one thing I've noticed, but it exposed two serious concerns already. The direct task took 47 seconds, failed because the workspace command runner was unavailable, and increased input usage from 698 for one simple read-only font text. I'm now testing the key recovery scenario and send a whole team correction. While an individual task is still active, then verified delivery. Okay, cool. Nice. We're getting a lot of fixes. The mid-run update is accepted. Okay. So another thing I've noticed is the mission contract does not really... Okay. Another thing I've noticed is the mission contract does not really get updated when you create a brand new project and you start from scratch. And I guess part of what I'm curious about is we built this mission contract as a way to make sure that the output for these agent teams was following a certain goal or direction. And so users, it would keep this team in check. And so I want you to review the contract and understand, like, is it functioning the way it needs to? Do we even need the contract to keep agents in check? What is the actual use case for this contract, and how to go about a new project when a user starts from scratch because it doesn't have a contract anymore, because it doesn't get a contract, it doesn't get a mission contract the way a new project would when a user goes through the build a team onboarding flow for new projects. I'll leave that there. Release, okay. So we made a pretty big improvement here regarding testing internally. Maybe what I'll do is just copy this and paste it there. We are burning through so many tokens right now. It's actually crazy. I love the freedom I've got right now to just code as much as I want and not have to worry. It feels nice. I feel like an evil scientist. We've only used 25% of our usage limit. Oh my freaking God, guys. I have 3 resets. Far out. This might be a big live stream. Hope you guys are in this with me, because I'm planning to live stream for quite a bit longer. Best thing is I could have this amazing idea, feed it to Fable, and Fable would just outdo me with a better idea. Happens every time. Just proves that our creativity realistically doesn't even matter. I mean, it does though. It does though, because if you think about it, Fable by itself is not generating $1 million businesses. You still need to go out and research and come up with the idea, because humans want to interact with humans. And I don't think AI is at a level where it's able to predict and understand fully what a human wants. You still need that human kind of touch. And I'll find that constantly with Fable. Even though it's generated a really good output, I still need to direct it and guide it to get it to that level and output. You could make a lotto where Fable spits out a design program ideas, and it just continuously spits out different ideas over and over, and you'll eventually land on something that's never been done. I mean, it purely depends how you prompt Fable. Like, what is the system prompt behind Fable to get it to generate these ideas? But yeah, I guess so, you could. What are you having for lunch today? Oh, I actually had a big breakfast. I had a pie for breakfast. So I don't have any lunch. It's currently Monday for me in Sydney, Australia. So I don't have any lunch. All right? Because I meal prep on Mondays. So after this live stream, I'm going to go to the supermarket and I'm going to buy all the groceries and I'm going to meal prep for the entire week. But yeah. I think it's more the spark of the idea rather than what we want to do with it. Okay. Fair enough. Fair take. Fair take. Jazz melts face. Brothers eating tokens. That's it. Strict diet. I'm eating tokens for lunch, bruh. I'm eating tokens, man. I'm eating tokens, bro. What do you mean, what am I having for lunch? I'm having tokens for lunch, man. Bro, this generation for my thing is taking longer than my other prompts, which is madness to say, by the way. We've shipped to dev. We can close this. Now Claude Fable is back. So what I could do is I could start getting Claude Fable to review code, so its usage lasts a bit longer. Only thing with that, you know what I've noticed is less and less is Claude Fable dropping to Claude Opus. I don't know if you guys have noticed that as well, but I haven't had Claude Fable go down to Opus 4.8 in a very long time. It's been very good at being able to just stay as Fable. At the start, it was getting it a lot, but nowadays, it's not very common. Is meal prep worth it? I've heard people do it, but I just think if you want to eat, just cook some up fast. I mean, honestly, for me, bro, I realize that for me to eat healthy and to eat good, I can get very lazy. You know, if I'm spending a lot of time editing a video or focusing on my live stream, then cooking can be a bit of an annoyance. And so I've personally found that meal prepping keeps me on track. And by putting in a lot of effort at the start of the week, the rest of the week is really easy food-wise. Like I can eat a salad and know that, you know, if I don't eat that salad, I'm wasting food. So I have to eat the salad. And it stops me from Uber eating and Deliveroo and stuff like that. That's personally for me, that's how I like to operate. But, you know, everyone works differently. Also, I realized that my mic is pretty low in terms of volume. So I'm just going to bump it up a bit. So if your volume was really high, then you can turn it down now. Decision fatigue is real. Dude, for real, man. There's nothing better than having meal prepped a lunch, a dinner, and all you gotta do is just eat them. And they're actually really good meals because you improve as a chef and you get better at making meal preps. And eventually you just start making these really good meals that you've meal prepped and you're just happy. You're just a happy man. Honestly, no better feeling. Okay, this is regarding the setting interaction, bro. How's 46 minutes just to do the settings interaction? Jesus Christ. This is regarding group chat prompt leakage. The installed app is authenticated and has a completed 3-agent mission ready for a safe routing check. Direct coordinate automation is unreliable across the current multi-display setup. So I'm relaunching ACE. There was the... I think I need to find it, but... what was it? It was like Mac. OS. It's Mac OS. Windows, models and chat line. What was it called? DMG. I forgot. All right, my overall judgment. All right, let's have a look. Deliveroo, Australian DoorDash, yes. Oh, wait, yeah. I mean, Deliveroo actually is no longer a thing. So it's just DoorDash now. Yeah, Deliveroo actually, I think, went bankrupt. Exactly, because when you're hungry, you'll go the easy way. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, I'll just order Uber Eats because I'm too lazy. When my go-to high-protein fast meal to do is 300-gram ground beef, 1 fried egg, some salad, and Greek yogurt. To be honest, fast and good. To meal prep, it just threw me off. I noticed I like doing burrito bowls. So like going hard on beef mince and ground beef, and then mixing it with like rice and adding like some Mexican spices and stuff. A little bit of guacamole. So good. We use Wolt in my country. Wolt. Where you from, Killswitch? Wolt sounds mad. Sounds European. Wolt. Interesting. All right, let's see what the verdict is here. Albania. Oh, yeah, that's right. Damn, Wolt. Do you know if like the rest of EU uses it as well, or just Albania? Your observation is correct. The mission contract works for a team created through onboarding, but it does not work properly across the full life of a project. A mission contract is simply a project's agreed goal. Done. Build a team, start from scratch, as create an empty canvas with no contract. This is why blank projects never gain a visible mission, while guided projects can end up with an old, inaccurate mission. What broke? Before the July canvas redesign, the first prompt on an empty project started a board architect. It interpreted the goal, created the team, and saved a mission contract. The redesign removed the connection that started the board architect. The underlying planning code is still there, but the application no longer calls it. So this is not a data saving problem. The creation step itself is missing. There's also no real contract update process where in ACE, contracts can be created, saved, and read, but not intentionally revised. Is the contract functioning properly? Partially. The good parts work. Every workflow agent receives the same goal, deliverables, and rules. Reviewer agents grade work against those requirements. The weak parts are most contract rules are instructions, not hard controls. An agent can still misunderstand or ignore them. Do we need it? Yes, but we should not treat it as a leash that controls the agents. The contract is useful because the multi-agent teams need a shared reference. Without one, every handoff can slightly interpret the goal. By the 4th or 5th agent, the output may be very different from what the user originally requested. It is particularly valuable for multi-step agent teams, review and revision groups, long-running projects, scheduled or repeated work. A simple one agent question does not need a large visible contract. The system can create a small temporary checklist for that request. The contract should therefore be an alignment and checking system. Real safety must still come from permissions, approval prompts, and server run checks. What the contract should become. A should split the current contract into two simpler concepts. Project mission. This is the project's lasting direction. What are we building? Who's it for? What must always be true? What must the team never do? What must success look like? It should be short, persistent, editable, and visible. 2, run brief. This is generated fresh from every request. What needs to be produced this time? Which part of the project mission apply? Does anything require approval? This prevents the project mission from becoming a giant stale checklist. Correct behavior for a new blank project. I recommend this. Create the empty canvas and clearly show no project mission yet. Allow the user to type their goal immediately. If the canvas has no agent used, the first meaningful prompt to invoke the board architect, create an initial team, and propose a project mission. If the user already added agents manually, preserve their team and derive only the project mission and run brief. Save the proposed project mission to the board so it survives reopening and apply. Okay, what if a user creates a brand new board and has a predetermined team of like 1 or 2 agents and then asks a really simple question? How does a project mission evolve over time? Because a user might start with a really simple question like, hey, what's the weather inside of New York, for example? Super simple. And then that quickly expands into, okay, well, can we create a weather app for the world? And then that quickly expands into, okay, using the data from the weather app, can we create an investing tool to trade on Polymarket based on weather market predictions? See how this can quickly evolve into something way bigger than it originally was? And so how can we make and adapt the environment to this flexibility of a user? A human is flexible. There's going to be different ways and how people build and create. So what can we do to support this flow? Also, how important is a mission contract versus just creating a set of .md files and making the agents run through that? I want you to like really think about what is the best optimal method here. Is there something universal we can use for both brand new board versus a onboarded builder team? What about agent memory and, self-improvement based off of the build? Can each team improve off of the build? Like, how can we improve this agent harness as a whole? Think outside the box. Is a contract necessary? Yes or no? If no, what's the alternative? If yes, how is it implemented? All right, there we go. What are you currently using to reduce token usage, or what were you using? Right now, I'm trying to use as much tokens as possible because I've just upgraded my Codex plan to the 20x plan, and so I'm trying to pump out as much tokens as possible. But Caveman is always tried and true. PX Pike is also really good. It turns pixels. PX Pi, this is also a really good tool. PX Pipe. It basically turns, it's specifically for Claude Fable, but it helps turn your context or text into an image. And they basically found out that converting the text into an image to read rather than text to read is actually, it's less token usage, because per pixel, Claude Fable is able to read each pixel with less tokens than each text. And so you can read each pixel of a text message and it'll be less tokens than if you just read that text message. And so if you use this, it converts your text into an image for Claude Fable to read, and saves you on tokens. So yeah, check this out, PX pipe. Yeah, this is taking ages. The repaired half now closes smoothly into down. It returns from right. Dude, this is taking so freaking long. Oh my God. Jesus freaking Christ. All right. If I didn't have the 20x max plan right now, I would actually be kind of pissed off. Like, bro, what if I only had the pro plan and I just wanted to change my pet just for fun, and it just uses up my entire pro plan usage for the week? They should have some sort of warning. Inside of Ace, I would like to integrate OpenRouter. OpenRouter appears under connected tools as an optional prepaid fallback. Merged into dev. Let's have a quick little look. Restart. Man. Let's see. If we go to connected tools. Yo, there we go. Now we can open it. Nice. Open router. Boom. So good. If I press add credits, just takes me to nice. If I press get an API key, just takes me to the website. Cool, clean. Dope. Man, I love GPT 5.6. It just gets shit done, bro. If I was to review this, we did see that the models by default, there it is. Oh, I just got to scroll down a little bit. Okay. I don't know why it's all the way. Wait, what? GPT 5.6 is below. Oh, they do have Grok 4.5 now. It's weird that it's not showing in the reviews. Yeah, weird. Yeah, weird. I'll do auto, I guess. But yeah, we got Grok now, which is kind of cool. Okay. Can we review the messaging system? Done with concerns. The message system works for direct conversations, but not yet for the most important mid-run correction scenario. What passed? What failed? Overall health score, but the critical course correction behavior means the product promise is not ready to claim yet. The complete evidence, screenshots, timing, token, delta, accessibility results, and reproduction steps are in the QA report. No source file were changed. Do you have a plan or idea on how to make the what failed work? Idea on how to make the failed items start working, addressing each fail one by one. Wait, they added Grok when? I have no idea. I think they literally just added it. If I go inside of here, harnesses. Oh, interesting. I can change the harness. That's interesting. Inside of conductor, I can choose a different harness. What's the one that measures harnesses? Best agent harness bench. I forgot what it was called. Agent harness bench. It's looking like terminal bench. Benchmarks for terminal bench 2.1, I guess. What? Agent performance. Where's harness? I just search up terminal bench harness. Do I just keep scrolling? Like, where is this? Here we go. I think it's this. Wait. I think it's this one. By the way, you can tell Codex to organize your Chrome bookmarks. It does a great job. Oh, true. Man, I actually can't find anything. I'm looking specifically for a bench that measures agent harnesses. Can you send me some links? OpenCode seems to be winning there. So let's check it out. We've got, oh, do I need to add? I don't need to add providers, do I? I should be able to just use my own models without having to add an API key. Oh, this went for 98 minutes. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. Web generation. Oh my God. That's insane. The site's workflow drove the deployable packaging while image generation supplied the social preview artwork. Shows honest collecting states, public voting requirements. Please open on localhost. Let's also get a quick review. It says auto, and I was gonna do cursor. Let's get Fable on this. Hold up. This is a pretty big build, so Fable review would be good. What are we on for usage? I'm literally trying to token max the shit out of this stream. We're at 69%. 69. That's so immature of me. I apologize. Harness bench AI. This looks like AI slop. GPT 5.4. Jesus Christ. This looks outdated as shit. I swear there was one like terminal bench or SWE bench or something like that that measures all these other ones. I'm looking for a website, not a GitHub repo or a paper. Looks old? Yeah, exactly. I remember seeing one. I just forgot what it was, where it was. Accept a few members joining the school community. There was a skill inside I found on X called Taste. I think it's okay. So this is the repo. 62,000 GitHub stars. Jesus Christ. I'm not fully sure if that was the skill though. Design. Specifically trying to find this one. Okay, no, I can't find it. All right, taste skill. Let's try it. I'll give this to Fable. Using the taste skill, look for ways to improve our current UI design. I don't want to make any drastic changes, but I'm looking to just enhance and improve the UI and user experience of the app. I feel like there's a lot of micro improvements we can make that ultimately add up to a much more pleasant experience. before making any changes, I would like you to list every single change that you would like to make. Just so I can review and approve first. Changes can include, how something looks, where something is, replacing something, merging things, adding additional things, removing things. The world is your oyster. Just looking to enhance the UX. This is like a whimsical, fun little environment for users to develop and code inside of. So that is kind of the mission and the North Star to focus on, is how can we make this fun? How can we improve the experience, whether it's speed or through animations or through sound as well. But also not to get carried away and just redesign the entire thing and build a new app entirely. And let's just go max on this. I think cursor, is it this one? Yep, cursor bench max goes pretty high compared to everything else. Yeah. Boom, we got Fable running. This... Yeah, but where is Grok though? By the way, you can tell. Is Context 7 only for code building? And I don't understand that language skill that you mentioned in your skills video. Which language skill? Context 7 is mainly for splitting up a coding task. Yes. Why? What did you have intended? The thing is, though, these skills are not black boxes. You can say to a Claude agent, using the logic behind Context 7, I want to do this, but it's not a coding task. It's actually a writing task. You can say that, and you can use the skill like that as well. And Claude will actually create you a custom skill based off the same logistics as Context 7. I do this all the time with Kapati's auto researcher skill. Even though the skill was meant to train large language models by letting them research and come up with 100 experiments, you can do that and apply that into anything, whether it's UI or UX improvements or anything really. So yeah, customizing skills is definitely something you can do. What's my usage for Fable at? I feel like it goes pretty quick. 7%'s not too bad. Running locally, let's have a look, guys. We've spent a lot of time on this. Please be good. Models make the claims, people make the calls. Okay. Please create specifically for... Give this a refresh. I think it's 2A that I like the most. Please create a UI standalone specifically for 2A for me to export as a .zip. All right, personal pet has been created. Let's have a look. So if I go inside of settings and inside of pets, I should be able to. Oh, there it is. So now here is Bix. Oh my god. Nah. That was such a. Oh, there we go. Took a little second to load. I don't know if I like it. I don't know. Not really a fan. It's cool to see that Codex is able to use its own image generation process to create these animations and these GIFs. That's actually nice to know because I can use that in future. But holy shit, this stinks. I'm gonna go back to CD. That was such a disappointment. We're just gonna forget that happened, guys. Please don't mention it again. Thank you. And let's go back. It's hard to kind of see the UI for what it actually is when there's no mock data, as we can't really see the hero animation, the hero graphic, or the graph. Here is the UI design again, just for reference, as I feel like the local host feels quite a bit different to what I asked. So I'm going to add it here again and just show the design that I wanted for less confusion. And then I'll wait for this and add its findings as well. All of that time for that? Nah. Dude, I know, that was such a disappointment. Oh my god. Thank you, man. I actually like that advice. Issue I'm having is I'm trying to build something, but I feel like I have to have all the right skills before I get deep into it. That's not true at all, man. That's not true. Skills are just complementary to whatever you're building. You do not need to have all these crazy skills to improve what you're building. At the end of the day, if your idea is shit, whatever comes out the other end is going to be shit as well. Picasso with, a really thick, cheap $1 paintbrush can still build and paint something nicer than some amateur artist who's never painted anything before with like $1,000 equipment. So it all comes down to you and your ideas and your vision, bro. Do you have a plan or idea how to make the failed items start working, addressing each fail one by one? Yes, we have a concrete plan to address every failure individually in dependency. The review uncovered 4 important root causes. Three slices. Please implement all fixes. This was regarding... Okay, what if a user brand new and has a predetermined... No, Ace should not keep one permanent static mission contract. Yes, Ace still needs a small contract for each individual run. Is living project direction plus fresh run plan plus hard permissions plus verified team memory. Think of it this way. What is wrong with Ace today? How the weather example should work. What is the weather in New York? One-time question, nothing permanent. Create a weather app of the world. This has become a real project. Create a project direction. Use the weather data for polymarket predictions. Major expansion with financial risk. Create a related work stream. Start placing real trades. High risk outside action. Requires explicit authority and hard limits. Global weather app. The universal system. The only difference is the starting point. the first draft of the project direction. After that, both behaved identically. Nice. Markdown files alone are not enough. Markdown is excellent for explaining the project in plain English, recording decisions, keeping useful lessons, sharing context between different models, letting users inspect and edit the project history. A should ask the user only when the change is meaningful, such as replacing the main product or changing the intended users. Okay. Okay, how teams and self-improvement should work. Cool. Okay, let's implement this entire thing. Make no mistakes. That's funny. And then I just get Fable to review the whole thing. Yeah, no issues. Copy this, paste into here. Man, this is probably the biggest coding session I've done in a very long time. Not going to lie. It's probably the most tokens I've burnt in a while. We are on... This doesn't update very often, I've realized. Either that or Codex just doesn't use many tokens. Alright, while that's going... Connected and working. The gray G was a misleading inactive board fallback, not a failed connection. Okay, cool. Now inside of Ace Dev, let's create a new project. Actually, I'll wait for the new contract to be implemented and then we'll test it. I think that'll be a better way to test. Let me just get rid of this right now. I've been working in the Claude Code app. Do you recommend using Conductor instead? Yes, 100%. Conductor, I think overall is a better harness. Yes, you're almost certainly remembering the terminal bench leaderboard, not harness bench. Official sway bench leaderboard, no. You can't really see the harness, can we? Next, lemon harness. What the hell is lemon harness? Lemon harness. Lemon harness is an advanced execution framework designed to improve the reliability and accuracy of AI agents during complex long horizon tasks by constraining the agent within a single runtime boundary. It tightly manages model calls. Okay, how do I use this thing? First, self-evolving general AI agents. It's designed for everyone. Okay. Interesting. Let me search up open code bench harness. Looks like, dude, what the hell? So weird. Everyone keeps referencing terminal bench. Terminal bench, open code. I don't see open code. Warp is here. I don't see open code. Oh, no. Weird. No, you are wrong. Okay, let's reverse engineer. Open code is known to be one of the best agent harnesses. And I'm looking to understand what benchmarks have benched open code. And then we can reverse engineer. And hopefully there are other harnesses that it's also... Yeah, I know there's new updates to Codex, but if I run the update, it's going to cancel all my current jobs. So I'm waiting. Come on. There's got to be something, man. Agent harness leaderboard or ranking. I don't think it's going to cancel. That only happens when using Codex. The app, not Conductor, I think. Nah, it's gonna cancel my local running models as well, because it uses the Codex CLI, which also gets updated. Maybe it's... So we got Kilo Code is an open source AI coding agent that works across VS Code, help developers ship faster with agentic workflows. Interesting. Artificial analysis coding agent benchmarks. Harness comparison. So we've seen this. Coding agents, models. There should be a harness comparison here, surely. Models, language model, text image. Maybe it is this. So we've got Fable with open code. Artificial Analysis Coding Agent Index by Harness for Claude Opus 4.7. So why Opus 4.7 specifically is what I'm curious about. Crazy work ethic, Doobs. Good shit. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. What days are you streaming this week? I'm streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So today's Monday for me, Sydney time. I'll also be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday. But it is saying open code is a great bench nonetheless. And it's completely open source. So let me look at Arena bench mark harness. Arena might be here. Agent, text, web dev, vision, document, text to image, image edit, image to web dev, search, text to video, image to video, video to text, text arena overview. Whoa. Leaderboard rankings. Is there one for... Interesting. What is the best agent harness? I wonder what they use. I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, okay. So now I'm battling two models. Gotcha. Okay, this is kind of cool. This is good. Clavis is ranked as the best agent harness in 2026, as it's the only platform that pairs full agent orchestration with self-hosting. Clavis. First time I'm hearing about this. Looks like someone's done some really good SEO for their agent harness. Pi, I've heard good things. For managed solutions, has a custom primary agent and sub-agents defined in JSON or Markdown, each with its own model and permissions. Beats a great model with a bad harness. It's me, lad, read name. Oh, Silva. Bro, why'd you change your username, bro? I'm currently making an ace bench. What the hell is going on here? Kilo code. Pretty interesting. Claude code versus open code. Okay. But it's using a shitter model. So obviously it's going to do shitter. Ah, that's why you can only test it with Opus 4.7. Interesting. Question, do you live only from your social network's income? Or do you have other businesses, cash flow inflows, if that's not too indiscreet? Do you live only from your social network's income, or do you have other business cash flow? No, I only live from my social network income. So basically how this all started was I used to run a crypto marketing agency, and I made a lot of money from that venture, and I had enough savings to not have to work for like the next 2 years. Now crypto's dropped a shit ton, so that has kind of gone down to like maybe 1 year or 1.5 years. But it basically gave me a runway to fully just cut everything that I'm doing right now and just fully pivot to AI and content creation. And so that's kind of how I've pivoted fully. So all the money that I'm making now is purely from AI and content creation. So that's coming from sponsorship deals. It's coming from, my app and how much money I'm making from my app. It's coming from YouTube ad revenue. That's like everything starting from zero, like 6 months ago up until this point that I am in now. I'm like just scraping my living expenses at the moment. So yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with like the mental and being able to lock in is like, if you put yourself in a very stressful environment where you have to make money or you're literally going to just, not be in a good spot financially or in life. Like for example, I moved out into this apartment. I'm forced to pay rent. Prior to this, I was living with my parents. Imagine if I was still living with my parents, I wouldn't have that kind of locked in focus or that mindset because I'm not paying rent. Now that I'm paying rent, I want to stay in this apartment. I want to stay out of home. If I don't do well, then I'm going to have to move back home with my parents, and then I don't want that. And so it makes me work a lot harder. I don't know. It's like putting myself in a stressful situation. Like the fear of failing keeps me locked in and it keeps me like hustling and like making sure I'll get out. A normal person would not move out of their parents' house after they've literally quit the only thing that's bringing in money, which was my thing. Yeah, you're right. Urgency to always move forward. Exactly. Like, it's good though. Like, it's the rewarding feeling. I feel like people doubt themselves too much. Like, if you put yourself in a situation where you're utterly and completely fucked and you have to figure it out, I think a lot of people will be surprised how capable they are at actually figuring shit out. Like, if you actually put yourself in this situation, you're now forced to problem solve and find your way, find a solution. And I think everyone is capable of it. It's just very dangerous and risky because if you fail, then, you fail. Like, if this doesn't work out for me, then I'm done. Like, I like my entrepreneur dreams kind of out the window a little bit because this is like, I put all my eggs into this basket. The homepage now closely follows a two-way reference. That went for 15 minutes. Okay. Let me get a review of Fable on this again. Let me just make sure I'm not running out of my Fable tokens. Oh, no, we're chilling. We got heaps left. How old are you? I'm 24. Actually, I had my birthday the other day, so I just turned 25. Pure wisdom for real. Thanks, man. It's like I've been always on the ground. I've been trying to build businesses since I was 18, so just know how to, make myself work. It's all about how you know how to talk to yourself. How do you talk to your inner mind? How can you convince yourself in here who's lazy to like lock in? Be something else. What the fuck? Ace is unironically sick. That's mad impressive. Thanks. Yo, are you using it right now? We've made a lot of improvements recently. So if you make sure your Ace looks like how mine looks right now, because I remember you were literally the first person to buy it. So since then, Ace has made a shit ton of improvements. If you haven't re-downloaded it since you bought it, then consider re-downloading it from the website because we've made a lot of changes, including one which auto updates your app to the latest kind of build, and you might be lagged. So make sure yours kind of looks like this. When you click on it, There should be a group chat kind of feature on the right hand side. You should be able to see this orchestration and all these different options here. So Suva, if just make sure your ace is updated. And also let me know any feedback. If things break, let me know. You know the guy who made that casino thing, Monaco's multi-billionaire David Natroshvili, who created Aviator, the gambling game. He was normal person till like 45, then became a billionaire from one thing. Bro prints money daily now. Bro, that's it, man. It just takes one thing. You just gotta like one thing needs to work out and you're set. But you also need to understand there is an unlimited amount of tries. It's a marathon, not a sprint, is how I look at it. So if you're able to just, last long enough for you to succeed and to give yourself enough attempts, then I think like that's all you got to aim for. How many attempts is it going to take for you to succeed? Maybe it's going to take, for you, maybe you're unlucky. Maybe it takes 30 attempts. But you have a number now, and you know that the 30th attempt, you're going to succeed. Like if you had a genie in a bottle and you asked it, when in the future, when will I succeed? And it told you the 30th attempt. Would you not just want to pump out the 29 until you get to that 30th attempt and now you're just set? That's kind of how I think of it. Like, give yourself the runway to last long enough, to have enough fruitful attempts and goes to see if you can make it. Fixed all 4 findings: conversation, persistence, implementation, intention, detection, codex, message, boundaries, and effective harness turn limits. Okay. This was regarding the Fable review. Cool. Merge to dev. Man, these have been going. We've been doing some massive code-based reviews. Did you vibe code Ace? Yeah, bro. I literally, I'm coding Ace right now as we speak, but I have vibe coded all of Ace. Conductor is 100% worth it, light uncle. It's just work and patience, to be honest. Yeah, bro. 100% agree with you. Kill Switch knows what's up. Okay, we finally got a big review from Fable regarding the taste skill. Oh my god, that is a lot. Okay, Ace UI micro improvement plan. Doobie asked for a pass over Ace's UI using the taste skill. No redesign, just micro improvements that add up to a more fun, pleasant experience. Looks, motion, speed, feel, and sound per the skill. This is redesign preserve mode. The brand stays exactly as design.mz defines it. Cold dark, Claude orange, Codex teal, synthetic lilac. We apply the skills modernization levers, motion layer, tactile states, full feedback cycles, and consistency locks. 3 exploration passes audited the whole app. Okay. How to review. All 50 items are individually approvable. Nothing hard depends on another item. Okay. A. Signature delight moments. A1. Ship the blob synthesis merge. The chat empty state shows a Claude blob and a Codex blob that never merge. The brand metaphor from sits unused. Add a third lilac blob. Retime all 3 to 1 8-second cycle. So the orange and teal blobs touch center and the lilac bloom peaks right after. That's cool. Run completion moment. Today, a finished build fires only a 1800 millisecond node glow. Add a one-shot expanding lilac ring on each completed node. That's cool. A success toast build finished in 3 minutes using the existing run timer, only when the run took 30 seconds plus. So quick edits stay quiet pairs with the completion chime. That's sick. That's a nice to have. Guys, run this prompt on your build right now. Okay, this is actually insane. All I did was say, use the taste skill and look for ways to improve our current UI design. I don't want to make any drastic changes, but I'm looking to just enhance and improve the UI and user experience of the app. I feel like there's a lot of micro improvements we can make that ultimately add up to a much more pleasant experience. Before making any changes, I would like you to list every single change that you would like to make, just so I can review and approve first. Changes can include how something looks, where something is replacing something, merging things, blah, blah, blah. And it's come up back with 50 micro improvements. And these all sound amazing. 100% recommend. This is the where is it? I can't find it, but it's this one right here. This is the skill that I'm using, 62,000 GitHub stars. It's got that many for a reason. Give me your greatest locked in quote. Putting me on the spot there, bro. The numbers thinking, bro, you're different. That's funny. Maybe I get that from watching too much Alex Hormozy videos. If you had your crypto business or a business that you wanted to pick up again, how would you use AI to build up? What would your roadmap look like, Doobie? Let me pick your brain for this. Well, the crypto business was literally, I used AI for the crypto business. I used AI image generation to generate NFT collections that literally blew up to the point where they would go viral and get like tens of thousands of likes on the tweets. And then based off of my marketing experience from that, I ran a marketing agency, and from my network was able to market, companies who raised millions of dollars in crypto, and I'd show them my NFT work and be like, yo, look, I made these NFT collections go viral. Let me help market your project. I'll get you your first 10,000 followers. And that's basically the business model. And it worked really well up until the fact that 99% of businesses fail. And so businesses fail inside of crypto, I should add. And so, yeah, that's actually crazy. I use Claude at work on some of your code bases, but not to the extent you do here. Actually crazy. Here's the skill. It's really good, bro. This will make your app not look AI generated. Yeah, I do that a lot. I also tell it sometimes no AI slop code or feature in my prompts. Interesting. So you literally tell it not to do AI slop code, and that tends to work. Kill switch. Ayo, you've the locked in quote. Weird fact fusion, you the locked in quote, bro. You the locked in quote. Send button pop on send, a one shot 180 millisecond scale dipped plus a brief bloom fading over crossover fade carousel. The rotating prompts, start messy, we'll figure it out together. Currently hard swap every 4 seconds. Okay, that's cool. Home project card entrance stagger. Cards mount instantly. Give each a 280 millisecond fade in rise. Ooh, I like that. The sun moon auto icon teleports on switch. Remount the icon keyed by mode with a 200 millisecond rotate in. Theme toggling is a thing people do for fun. Make it feel like a moment. Yo, all of ACE. All of A are great. Sound design. The app is currently 100% silent. Soft sign, pip, gliding. Module 0 audio assets. Lazy singleton audio context. Master gain for synthesize. Wire exactly 4 events. Never streams. Setting toggle sounds. Motion and transition polish. Motion design tokens. Unified model entrance. Only one of 6 models animates in. Attach a shared, okay. Tooltip and drop down, graceful exit plus tooltip. Scoped theme crossfade. Remove the blanket transition. Review crossfades, home to workspace. Pipeline bar comes alive. Reduced motion sweep. Micro interaction layer. App wide pressed feedback. Shared hover vocabulary. Restore focus rings. Toggle switch semantics. Feedback and states. Smart auto scroll plus new activity. toast overhaul, GFM markdown supports, rotating reassurance copy during long waits. These all look like great improvements. Semantic color sweep, 3 greens, 4 reds, 3 ambers are in circulation, but sit unused. Mechanical replace across 10 components. Retire off palette indigo. Fix the stray purple shadow. Gemini dark mode tokens. Small UX wins. Keyboard shortcut panel. Shortcut hints. Removals. Dead code cleanup. Deliberately skipped. Shared button modal component library rewrite. Icon library migration. No icon system exists. Okay, approve. Looks dope. The greatest locked in quote he said in this video: the reason where I am because how much I can output and get done. He's thinking about fear of losing independence from not making money. Light uncle with the analysis, bro. Thoughts on system prompts? System prompts are great. You'll notice even Conductor uses a system prompt, because inside of ChatGPT, you can see here, every time I open up a new Codex environment inside of Conductor, I don't know if here, it says this: you are working inside of Conductor, a Mac app that lets the user run many coding agents in parallel. So you can see even Conductor uses system prompts. I highly recommend it. Ace uses it as well. Matter of fact, I should actually probably look into what the Ace system prompt is. Haven't looked at it in a while. Also, sometimes tell it you are a great designer and a master at UI UX. For UI UX changes, also another one. Calling the site systems an ecosystem for X makes the ecosystem more consistent. That's interesting. Okay. I also have a jailbreak for DeepSeek prompt. Interesting. What I've never understood what the jailbreak, like what is the use case for a jailbreak kill switch? Like apart from like wanting to understand how to build a nuclear bomb or something, what is the actual like reason for jailbreaking? Also, what's your workflow look like on Cursor? If you want to do something, could you give a TLDR guide? Because I'm gonna get Conductor as soon as I get home. Connect Claude Code and Codex. I don't use Cursor, bro. I only use Conductor. But my workflow is literally build with Fable and then review with another model like here. So build with GPT 5.6 Sol because it's cheaper, and then I get Fable to review. And this system is like the most overpowered system ever, because you're never going to, like 99% of shit is just going to be solved with just these 2 things that you do. 1 is build, 2 is review, and you have like 2 of the best models doing both. It's just game over, bro. I don't know if that jailbreak prompt use is still worth the new update. I have to try it. Can't you just have it run all of those fixes but make a mirror of the program, then actually play around with it and see whether any of the things that it improved are actually improvements? I mean, yeah, I could, totally. But the thing is, that's the whole point of Ace Dev. I have Ace Dev and I have Ace, the actual production app. And that's exactly what it lets me do, is Ace Dev lets me test things before I chuck them onto production, and I can see, oh, okay, this is functioning differently. I think this is functioning better than the production app. So I can already do that with the system that I have. But yeah, good thinking, Jazz. I like that idea, Jazz. Wouldn't that cost so much more tokens, though? Yes, thank you. I needed that. Fuck yeah, dopamine is through the roof right now. LMAO. Bro, you just have a Red Bull or something? Turn tile challenges is unreachable. Let me copy this. Let me paste this in here. What are we at with my Codex usage? Oh man, it's definitely glitched out right now because we are not at 69%. All right, yep, gotcha. For X, creating a tool to get a bot that generated Discord server boost for free, or create hacks, or maybe create a virus for a PC. Like one of my friends created a USB so that when he plugged in my school's PC. He had aces to it. Things that aren't allowed in normal prompts. Oh yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. I could see that being handy if you ran like a pirate bay or something. That's actually kind of cool. I get it now. No, it makes sense. Makes sense. This was to add open router, which we can remove now. Taste, skill, UI, polish. Dante Manuel, how we doing, bro? What's good? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you doing well. You figured it out, bro? What'd you figure out? Tell me. What'd you figure out? Do you still work on the app factory? How's the apps going? I mean, I kind of expanded from the app factory into ACE, agentic coding environment, which lets you basically build your own app factory or create your own AI team, which lets you build whatever you want, not just apps anymore. That's kind of the evolution of the app factory. It led me onto this thinking. So you can kind of see I've got like these different workflows here, and I can basically do anything in these workflows. My camera's kind of blocking this group chat, but you can basically talk to your agents inside of this group chat, and so it makes it really easy to now orchestrate multiple agents, because we're kind of like solving each problem one by one. But yeah, it's pretty handy. You can also create orchestrations. So Fable's quite expensive, so I could have Fable here, and then I could have it orchestrate GPT 5.6. And so now what I can do is I can literally just copy and paste another model, and now Fable can literally just orchestrate GPT, or it could even orchestrate, like, it could add a grok in here if you want to. Damn, the grok model looks nice. But yeah, really handy. And if you don't want Fable to orchestrate, all you got to do is whichever model is at the highest point turns into the leader. So I could turn into this being the leader. Now grok is actually orchestrating. But yeah, usually what you want to do is you want to use a more expensive model, because a more expensive model is going to cost too much to do the whole task. So you use these cheaper models like grok and GPT to execute, and then Fable is able to iterate. And what's really handy about this is it's not just some basic orchestration where Fable just hands off like a plan to Codex. No, what actually happens is Fable knows the workers that it has. So no matter how many workers you include, Fable is going to have that in its context, and it's going to know, okay, let's give this task to this person, this task to this person, and then based off of the output, it's then going to either give it another task or it's going to give it feedback on what it's provided. And this is how we create these longer loops. Yes, Conductor is only for Mac. Sorry, Azo. Apologies for that. How did you make 40K? Check the description. I kind of list all my apps that I've made. I can't say without revealing trade secret. Hint is just you said it. Remember who was telling you about harness? Bro, you must integrate Hermes. I just gave you your idea so you can branch into Hermes YouTube market. Boom, more money, bro. I cook nonstop. W sales, by the way. Cheers, bro. Cheers. That's funny. Hermes, the thing is, I don't want to split my focus too much. Like, I totally agree. Hermes and YouTube automation is definitely an opportunity right now. And, I'm already doing YouTube. And I just want to make this one channel do well first. Let me hit 1 million subs. Let me hit 100K subs. Hi, Ace is like N8N. I'm new to this. Yes, Ace is kind of like N8N. However, N8N, you have to add your API subscriptions. So you have to add your API keys, but Ace lets you connect to your subscriptions. So you don't actually need to have an API key. See, I don't have an API key for Claude. It's connected directly to my Claude subscription, which means it's a lot cheaper to use because I'm using it through the Claude subscription, not through an API, which is way more expensive. Everyone knows API tokens are way more expensive than subscription tokens. The other thing is N8N is focused around a lot of things, not just AI. ACE is built specifically for AI. For example, orchestration. To build an orchestration inside of N8N, it's way harder than dragging, dropping, and connecting dots like you do with Fable. You actually, like you do with ACE, sorry. You actually need to, find the API keys. You need to, figure out the connector tool. You need to understand all these different things. But right here, inside of ACE, it's super easy. Bro, if you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. What is the difference between millionaires and billionaires and homeless people? Use your brain. You're already smart. I'm already saying too much. Other intellectuals will be able to hear what I'm saying. Dante, bro. I'm convinced that you're talking to me with a tinfoil hat right now. I'm checking inside of ACE. But yeah, even like ACE, I'd like to get it to a point where I'm using ACE to, you're able to use ACE to create those automations, like YouTube automation, for example. Using cron jobs to set up like, okay, every day at 2 p.m., let's make a YouTube video using, ChatGPT's image generation and then C-Dance's video generation. And post it on my YouTube channel, and you can just connect your YouTube. Like, all right, I'm getting rid of my cute little fellow over here right now. It's getting a bit hard to see. Hide pet. What's my usage limits at? Bruh, I'll just make the tech and send you the link. All right, Dante. All right. DM me the link, bro. Have you already made it? Also, stop. Are you jumping from idea to idea? Make sure you, if you're going to make this YouTube automation thing, it's going to be really hard. YouTube's really hard. There's a lot of skills involved. And you got to stick and persevere, because if you decide 3 months from now, oh shit, fuck that, AI is actually not capable of doing the thing that I want it to do, you better not quit, man. How are we already at 61% usage for Fable, bro? What the hell? Yes, I'll tell you the secret. All right. Life is hard, lol. Life is as hard as you make it, man. You get to play on the difficulty mode you decide. I'm a self-proclaimed genius. In 3 months, I'm 3 months in. Yo, I'm back low. How's the app coming from earlier? Yo, we made some pretty big improvements around the code base, specifically around the UI, how they interact with each other, and big code base reviews. A lot of internal work going on, really. All 5 findings are fixed and committed. Okay, let's merge to main. Let's have a look here. Localhost is up. This is the new ACE bench that we're working on, by the way. We should probably get rid of a bunch of these. It looks pretty close to the original. I like that it kind of does that. We've got these new models here. It's kind of cool. Scroll down a little bit. Lava Lamp Lab. You can see the different models. People mostly disliked Claude Fable 5. That's funny. Now put a model to work. Nice. Okay. Models. Cast your vote. You've seen every available generation. Browse the board. Okay, that's cool. Dope. And now let me know the next steps. Ace bench finished. I mean, it's the design is done. Everything's clickable. We just need to populate it and make it ready for prod, which is going to require database. It's going to require generating all of these assets. It's going to require connecting all of these models. So not quite done yet, but pretty good base over here. Bro, we're going to be rich. Anyone in here understand what I'm saying before I say secret? Yes, I built it. We are all playing hardcore. I mean, that's true. You die once and you go on forever. Vince, how we doing, bro? Of course we still going, man. I just got the $200 subscription for Codex. So I got to lock in right now. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to go through my usage limits. We're at 49%. We got 3 more usage resets left. So if we can get down to 20% or something, I'll be pretty happy. What else can I do? Okay, let's do this. So we've got OpenCode, which is an open source agent harness. So what we can do is we can compare. $185,000 GitHub stars, by the way. Ours to OpenCode. I would like you to compare the OpenCode agent harness to ACE. I want you to review the OpenCode agent harness, and I want you to understand and assess what's inside of OpenCode that ACE is missing. Because OpenCode is highly rated as one of the best agentic harnesses out there, and it's completely open source. So this kind of gives us the ability to look inside of OpenCode and understand, okay, this is how they do things, and it's worth exploring. Like, what do these guys do that ACE is missing? And come back with some practical feedback and potential implementations for what we could add into ACE to improve it, what we could even remove from ACE maybe. Is there anything, any flow, any sort of UX that ACE might be doing wrong? Maybe there's a new method of how these agents could be talking to each other, how these agents are outputting code, how these agents are writing their .md documents, how things are being organized. I want you to look into every little detail and come up with some feedback and improvements for ACE specifically. Now, it's worth understanding ACE inherently is kind of a different thing in itself compared to OpenCode, but I think OpenCode is a really good example of an agent harness done right. And so I think there's a lot we can take and learn from OpenCode. All right, and this is going to be a plan mode thing. You're my favorite late show. It's almost midnight, but I don't leave until you do, but I like it. More doobie content. Bro, that's funny because sometimes I have the shortest live streams. Dude, I'm Neutronic. Now that you've said that, I'm going to do a 10-hour live stream one day, and I'm going to make sure that you're watching the whole time, bro. Look this up now. I'm giving you guys the Skyrim quest. There's reasons why things can be true and not true at the same time, and there is no usage limit. I've solved it. Just like Elon, I'll chill on all caps, sorry. The quest start is polymath. I haven't even researched it and learned the shout yet. Let's learn the word and level up together. Surpass your limits right here and right now. Yes, genius prompting brother, we will be rich. Polymath. All right. What is polymath? What is polymath? A polymath is a person with deep expertise and knowledge spanning multiple, often unrelated fields, also known as a Renaissance person. A true polymath doesn't just dabble in hobbies, they synthesize information from diverse disciplines to drive innovation and solve complex problems. Oh yeah, I would like to think I'm a polymath. I feel like some of the best ideas out there in the world is when you combine two different fields that aren't meant to be together and make them like work. Like for example, if you're a foodie and you love AI, maybe you build an app that utilizes AI to find like restaurants in your area. I don't know. Just random throwaway idea. But the same thing can be applied into YouTube. If you have an expertise in something, for example, I mean, I wouldn't say I have an expertise in it, but I'm using it every day. I use AI a lot. And then also bringing in a bit of my humor and my lifestyle, I feel like I'm able to be this unique, authentic creator inside of YouTube because I'm combining two fields. One is like humor and like memes and stuff, which a lot of AI creators don't really have or use in their videos. And another is the AI component. So now I kind of make my videos more entertaining and it doesn't just feel educational, but it feels a bit more entertaining as well. That's kind of my moat and my differentiation. And I feel like that's how I interpret polymath. Bra sounds like he figured out life. Gel gum. For real. For real. Dude. We're going to see Dante on one of those yachts when we travel in Europe, man. He's going to be that guy on the yacht. I found using the skill teach something like go through this repo and tell me what ace is missing. The teach just seems so elite compared to just back and forth. Yo, Pain. Are you talking about Matt Pocock's teach me skill? Are you talking about this one? That's actually a mad life hack, Pain. I didn't even consider that. That's actually so smart. Bro, I think you've unlocked something inside of me. Bro, that is so true. I can't wait for cooking with Doobie videos. Speaking of lifestyle, bruh, for real. Hey, slowly, I'm going to show more of my food and my cooking process. I got you, fam. Appreciate you. Do build a board of directors skill. The thing is, isn't there already one by Andre Karpathy? That's really good. Tell the AI to give the skill and teach the AI. I've heard Andre Karpathy's already got a board of directors skill.
I've recently released this teach skill, and
hold on, let me quickly look at this. I haven't actually
wanted to give you a detailed tutorial on how you can get the most out of it. The idea of this skill is you can use it to learn really anything. You can use it to teach you a new language, to learn a new coding language, to learn Rubik's Cube, as I did, to learn vocal harmonies, as I'm planning on doing. I'm even using it to help me get more different types of food into my toddler son, with his consent. I'm not force feeding my son. You get the idea. So let's get started. Step one is to make a new directory. I'm going to call this one learning-French. And then I'm going to open this in my code editor of choice, which in this case is VS Code. Inside this new directory, I'm going to open VS Code, open the integrated terminal, and I'm going to run npx skills at latest add Matt Pocock skills, the commands for which will be below. A prerequisite of this is you will need to have Node installed. And again,
if you're a non-developer, then just like everything that you just heard, don't worry about it. Just like start from here. Just use Claude Code, and he's just overcomplicated it. Just open up Claude Code.
We'll link that below so that you can get Node installed on your system, so you can get this downloaded. You can then press up and down on the keyboard here to choose.
Oh, yo, notice how he's got caveman? He's got caveman here. It's interesting. So he's actually copied the caveman skill and made it his own, Matt Pocock, which is kind of cool. He's got a PRD skill, zoom out, set up Matt Pocock, improve code base architecture. There's some cool skills here.
Choose the skill that you want to download. And the one that we want is the teach skill, which is under Matt Pocock skills. I can press space in order to select it, and then press enter in order to get it working. We then choose the agent that we want to select here. So I'm going to choose Claude Code here, again pressing space to select and then press enter in order to select it. I'm going to install this just locally in my project since I prefer project scoped skills. And then I will symlink using the installation method, proceed with installation. Yeah, we're good to go. Finally, do I want the find skills? I can read this folder. Fresh start and no mission has been captured yet. It says that I need to understand why you want to learn French because everything I teach should be grounded in that. My wife has some relatives in France and I would like to be able to chat basic stuff with them or just, work my way around. Let's see what it says based on this. So it says that's a great concrete mission, social connection with your wife's relatives and basic self-sufficiency. And it's now asking about my current French level. I did do French a tiny bit at school a long time ago, but you can probably consider me a total beginner. We go around once a year to France, if that gives you any indication. All right, and it replies saying that's enough to ground everything. You're a near beginner. Goal is warm social chat. And it's now searching for high quality resources. It's written those into resources.md, which we can see Lawless French by Laura K. Lawless, which looks like a well-organized free reference on grammar, punctuation, and vocabulary. Nice. And it's now creating the first lesson, which is greeting my relatives.
Yo, Dante, bro. Dante in the chat is cracking me up. So funny. Cracking me up.
Optimized around my mission. It also creates some reference material that I can lean back to later or learn from later. And this reference, I can open this up to see what it looks like. I can do that by simply just opening the file here, so I can right click.
All right, fair enough. Matt Pocock's bored me now. Teach me a skill. Seems cool. I'm keen to try it. Be the benchmark for this audit. Open code only. Yes, I don't know why it said open claw. What should the output optimize for? Report plus roadmap. Okay. Add critical integration test first. A. Yo, Payne, have you used his other skills like improve code base or review code architecture or something like that? Code review skill, the ask Matt skill, code base design skill, code review skill. Code review skill. What it does, code review reviews the diff between head and a fixed point you supply, a commit branch, tag, or merge base, along two separate access standards. Does the code follow this repo's documented conventions and spec? Does it implement what the originating issue or spec asked for? Rental will reach for it, or the agent reaches for it automatically when you ask to review a branch. Reach for this when prerequisites, originating spec, two axes never merged. It's working if where it fits. Cool. Might try that as well. Compare open code. Open code versus ACE audit and improvement roadmap. Produce an evidence-backed report comparing ACE with open code. Build capability. Okay. Add an ACE owned capability. Okay. Agent loops, context and compaction, sessions, sub-agents, permissions. Classify each open code feature as ACE equivalent. Open clause is the original request, means the linked anomaly open code repository. Dog food ACE dev and OpenCode using a disposable repository and record the exact runtime. OpenCode's popularity is context, not evidence of technical superiority. Okay, cool. I mainly just use Grill Me and Teach Me. Doobie, I use your skills and I made them custom. My AIs work while I'm here. Yo, we close to 5 hours on this session, by the way. That's pretty crazy. 5 hours straight of vibe coding, and we are approximately 49% through our codex plan, which is actually insane, man. Like, what the hell do you mean? We've got literally 1 hour long prompts for all of these. I'm kind of curious about this taste skill. This is to do with the... Okay, so we're looking to fix those other issues. This is to do with the... Do you have a plan or idea on how... Okay, this is to... Okay, yeah. This is to do with the messaging system. This is to do with the mission contract. This is the taste skill. This is compare open code. Okay. I'm surprised you're not already streaming on Twitch. It's really great for long streaming sessions and really do great at engaging the community. I already imagine people dropping subs and gifts, etc. You're sharing so much value, and people can drop their monthly free subscription offered by Amazon Prime. Interesting. I've definitely thought about Twitch. I just feel like it's really bad for discoverability, but yeah, I should definitely be multi-streaming to Twitch. Currently, I only multi-stream to YouTube and Twitter, but I should definitely be doing Twitch as well. Doobie, do you want me to make you rich right now? You have to promise me to team up and we start working together as soon as possible. I don't want money. I need dedicated partner. Look, unfortunately, Dante, I'm not looking to team up. I'm more of a solo army kind of guy. I don't know. I've just never really worked too well with a team. Mainly because what happens in my head, I really like flexibility and the ability to just not have to tell anyone why I think the way that I do. But yeah, appreciate the offer, Dante, but I'm good, man. I want you to show me that how rich you're gonna be, and I want you to show me all the successes, bro, and show me that first. Just like solo leveling, bad at discovery, but really converting well. Yeah, okay, that's its focus, right? It's like not good at discovery, but when you do have an audience, it's like you got that audience. I see that. I mean, I'll take it into consideration. I'm actually looking to upgrade my laptop, but mainly because it kind of has a bit of a fart when I like multi-stream to too many different platforms. Dante, how are you messaging so much, man? Like, you type faster than I speak. It's actually kind of crazy. Are you using voice to text? Are you using your phone or your laptop? Bad in the sense there's less people there, but you can stream on YouTube at the same time. Nah, I should definitely just start doing it. I used to stream on Twitch, but I stopped because I saw that no one would watch. But I'm sure by now, if I kept doing it every day, I would have gotten like a few people. So yeah. Justice League Avengers over Teen Titans. Keyboard? Nah, no way, bro. What's your words per second on a keyboard? I need to know now. Yo, the new skills feature looks so sick. Okay, let's implement this entire thing. Done. The full adaptive project system is merged into dev. What changed in simple English? A simple question stays simple, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me just run some quick tests. Auto is not good because I don't have a thing. We can change auto to... what can we change it to? GPT 5.5, I guess. Let me edit before sending. We send GPT 5.6. Has anyone tried Terra? I've only been using Soul. Also, like up the stream. We're so close to 30 likes on the live stream, man. If you haven't liked the stream, what you doing, man? Bro needs chat mods at this point. For sure. You reckon? Look up mind and hand scientific study learning while applying. I don't know my word type count, lol. I use my middle fingers. You use your middle fingers and only your middle fingers? It's pretty funny. Your words create your reality. Factual, bro. Factual. All right, well, on that note, I'm probably going to end it here, guys. I've got these running for ages. It's taking a freaking buttload of time. I think tomorrow I'll plan on coming back with a bit more of an idea of what I want to do, because I think we just got so much tokens to use and get through. So unless I'm coming in with a plan, like chances are we're not going to go through all of this usage. So if you want to see me just like, you know, pump through this Codex plan, join me tomorrow, same time. And we're going to pump it out. But yeah, peace out, guys. Thanks for joining me today. Pretty big stream, 4 hours and 40 minutes. Jesus, that's pretty big. I wasn't expecting the stream for that long. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good time. I hope you guys are going just as hard as me, just as hard as Dante, clearly, in the chat. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out and thank you. Peace out, Neutronic. Peace out, Dante. Peace out, Henry. I'll catch you later, Joe Gum. Peace out, Payne. Thank you for the tip. J-Mart, I'll catch you. Peace out, Vince, if you're still here. Bye. See you guys. Thank you for joining. Sam, I'll catch you later. Bye. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Hector, peace out. Same time, by the way. It'll be like 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Sydney time. Yeah. I might even schedule it so you guys know what time it is. Anyway, peace out. Jazz Melts Faces, thanks for coming in. Pewpee, appreciate you. Azo, thanks for coming through. Armando, peace out. Kill Switch, if you're still around, I'll catch you, bro. Peace out, peace out, peace out. Bye, bye, bye. Catch you later. Bye.